inclusiveness. So that will be the special focus of our work this morning. And it's going to be a conversation. I don't want it to sound like it's a presentation or it's a training, or it's going to be a dialogue. Because I believe that we're going to be sharing knowledge both ways and experiences both ways. And we're going to be, sharing important information. And at the end, I've been advised that the committee will also, want to zero in on some of the issues that may actually form part of your resolution. So we'll be working together around that as well. Now, for the time allocated for this session, I would like us to do the things that I've listed there, humbly. So I want us to, by the time we finish this session, to all of us be on the same page on what electoral systems, what are electoral systems, and what type of electoral systems exist in our region. And to concretize our discussions, we will also go into countries to say which system exists in which country. And then on that, we can also advise each other. You come from this country, so we come from our country. So we'll say, yeah, maybe not. So let's have that conversation. So by the time we finish, we should have a clear understanding of electoral system design and what exists where, what works better, what doesn't work. Then we'll zero in on what we call normative framework, the normative framework for systems in our region. What are the normative frameworks that inform the systems that we have? That will lead us to the electoral system reform, because the reform itself has to be informed by the normative frameworks that we'll have discussed. Then we will get to imperatives for inclusiveness. How do we ensure, greater and more meaningful inclusion of, marginalized and vulnerable social groups in society, social groups such as women, youth, persons with disabilities, and other, minority groups that we have in our countries. Then we'll zero in on a few recommendations that would also help us to frame the resolutions later on. Now, by way of intro, and I'm happy the chair has made my job easy because I said this. So let me just repeat what the chair said. That elections, as we all know, are a key ingredient, a critical component, or an important aspect of representative and participatory democracy. And fortunately, a majority of our countries have embraced representative and participatory democracy. I don't need to waste your time going through what that means. However, I think it is important that as honorable members, we appreciate that, yes, we have elections every 5 or so years. I think normally it's 5 years. In some countries, 6 years, but normally it's 5 years. 5 years, 4 years. Okay, 4, 5, or 6 years, whichever the case. Much as we hold elections as regular as that, what we should appreciate, one of the members, is that elections in and of themselves don't amount to democracy. It's a component. It's not democracy in its totality. It's a component. So let's bear that in mind. Let's bear that in mind. Much as the heart is the most important part of our body, it doesn't make the whole body on its own. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's take election as just a component and not say, because I'm holding elections regularly, therefore I'm democratic. No, there are other aspects that we need to look into. I want us to bear that in mind. So let's go to the way the chair already said a lot. But it's important that we have this discussion today, because in our region, about 11 countries, we will correct the figures here, because we were discussing with my friend Kurasha last night, and the SG also mentioned when I met her yesterday. I'm not quite, so we'll have to agree on exactly what is the number, because I took out Malawi. Initially, I had said 12. I took out Malawi. So I need the chair to correct me that I didn't take out Malawi, wrongly. So here are the elections. There are 11 of them lined up for this year and next year. And it's important for us, therefore, to have this discussion. 2023, we have Zimbabwe, July, August, if I'm correct. Eswatini, September. Madagascar, it's parliamentary, November, December. DRC, December, thereabout. So we have 4 this year. This year we have 4. Next year, 2024, we have quite a number. Yes, almost double. We have Botswana, we have Comoros. Comoros is a member of SADC, right? Yes, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa. That is our election year. That is SADC election year, because the whole continent, we don't even have more than 15, I think. We don't even have more than 16, 15. But we have taken a majority of the elections on the continent for next year. So this is where we are. Now, I'm just refreshing your minds. We all know this. I'm preaching to the converted here. That elections are, as we said, they are an important ingredient of democracy. They are a process by which people choose their leaders to run national affairs on their behalf. This generally include presidential, legislative, and local elections. And the 5 key principles that are meant to ensure integrity of elections include freedom, representation, accountability, inclusiveness, this is the focus of our discussion today, and constitutional order. These are some of the key principles that ensure clean and free and fair elections. Elections, therefore, constitute a key hallmark of representative democracy. We have said this before. In this presentation, we will focus, as I said, on inclusiveness, inclusion of women, youth, persons with disabilities, and other minorities. And we are being faithful to the SADC model law on elections in this discussion. And this is why we need to premise our conversation, because the model law is very clear on these issues. It proposes, and I quote, that there should be positive measures, such as diversity management, affirmative action, including quotas for women, youth, disabled. This should be disabled, not disabled. The elderly, minority ethnic groups, and other disadvantaged groups shall be adopted as part of electoral systems and mechanisms put in place to ensure their enforcement. Now, this is what the model law says, and this is the foundation for our conversation. Oh, is that clear? Is that clear enough? Yes. Now, I wanted to start here so that we have a broader picture. When we talk of electoral systems, we can look at it in 2 ways. In its broadness, this is what an electoral system is. In its broadness, I'll narrow it as we proceed. This is what it is. And others call it the electoral cycle. The electoral cycle. It has a number of components, but the major pillars are 8 that I've listed there. Is the legal framework. 1, planning and implementation of the electoral process. 2, 3, training and education. 4, voter registration. 5, electoral campaign. 6, voting operations and election day. 7, verification of results, and 8, post-election. The reason I was saying I'm speaking to the converted is because I know as members of parliament, you know all this. This is bread and butter to you, and also have observed elections. This is how election, when we go on observation of elections, so are the stages that basically we look at in election. So this is the electoral system in its broadness. Now, let's look at it. Therefore, in its broadness, we can say the electoral system refers to all institutional, systemic, and procedural aspects for conducting an election. Those 8 things that we saw earlier. That's the broadness of the electoral system. But let's narrow it down for our discussion, for purpose of our discussion here. We narrow it down. Then an electoral system refers mainly to the formula and method used to translate votes cast in elections into parliamentary seats. Now, this is how an election then, forms a parliament, basically. So that's what, in its narrow sense, that's what the electoral. So the method and formula that is used to translate votes into parliamentary seats, that's the electoral system in its narrow sense. So let's just focus on that one. And when we look at that one, then we can say that many countries in the SADC region have adopted, we have different electoral systems in the region. But these electoral systems, most of them, in many of our countries, where they came as part of the constitutional order we inherited from the colonial masters. This is a fact. We did not decide as sovereign countries that this is what will work for us. We adopted these things, and in many instances, we have not even reformed them. We have not even reformed them. So the question still arises: how relevant are they for our context? I'll leave that for our general discussion. But this is the effect that remains in many of our countries, with very few exceptions. These electoral systems were not adopted taking into account the peculiar social, cultural, and political economic circumstances and context of our countries. Very few countries have actually gone the way of reforming their electoral systems since independence. Although there are many electoral systems globally. Now, this is where now we zero in on what then exists globally and what picture emerges in our region. Globally, there are several electoral systems, but we can, for simplicity, categorize them into 3 families. 3 families. And these 3, actually, you'll see, we'll go into countries shortly, they exist in our region. These are plurality majority systems. They are commonly known as the first past the post systems. First past the post systems in many of our countries. So we have that. And, we have proportional representation systems. You also have mixed systems. Plurality majority systems are constituency-based electoral models. Remember, where we have constituencies, and then candidates contest per constituency. So each constituency will bring into parliament 1 representative. Okay, that's one part, one model. The other is proportional representation, where not so much constituencies as such, but it's party lists. It's party lists. So when we contest elections, parties constitute lists on the basis of the number of seats in parliament. And then when they win elections, they just use that list to occupy the number of seats they've won in elections. So we have that as well. Now we have a mixed, which is a mixture of the proportion, or a mixture of the plurality majority system and proportional representation. Then we call that mixed systems. We have a few countries that also have that globally, and in our region, you'll see that shortly. I'm not going to dwell too much on this one. I'm sure you will get the slides. The SG and the team, I think they'll be made available. Therefore, I'm not going to belabor the point here. It's just to give you a sense, to at least to have a sense of how they look like and what are the advantages and disadvantages of each. But here we're going to focus mainly on what we are interested in, which is inclusiveness. So let's look at the plurality majority systems, the constituency-based electoral systems. They allow, one of the strengths is that they allow independent candidates. And if they allow independent candidates, that may open a space for these marginalized social groups to use that avenue of independent candidates to contest elections. That's a advantage. And then they're simple, and they're simple to use, and the familiarity on the continent, it's an advantage. But on the other side, these models are unresponsive to changes in the public opinion. This is their downside. And they are less conducive to equal gender representation. So this is a downside. So plurality majority systems are less responsive to public opinion, are less conducive to gender equality. Let's note that. So we note that. Let's move to the next, PR systems. PR systems, you see the advantages, the disadvantages. I'm not going to go through all the entire list, but let's pick on the ones that are of interest to us. Broad political representation in parliament is an advantage. You have broad political representation in parliament. So the parliament literally becomes a political rainbow. Becomes a political rainbow with the PR system. And this doesn't happen often with the first past the post, where you have you even have in the first past the post, you can even have a one-party parliament, or a dominant party parliament. So in the PR you can't have, you're likely by and large to have a political rainbow parliament. And the other advantage is that it's more conducive to gender equality. It's a fact, because you can also easily have what do you call the zebra list. So when parties prepare the lists of candidates, they use the zebra as it's used in, for example, in this country, and I think Namibia, the zebra list. On the downside, the weak accountability of MPs to constituencies, because there are no constituencies. So the MPs are not, linked to constituencies. They're linked to parties. So the accountability mechanism gets weakened. Yeah, so that's the weaker part of this model. Let's go to the mixed. Mixed. It's not many. It's not many countries. A majority of countries operate the first past the post. The plurality majority system. We will see the list shortly. Few operate PR. Even fewer operate mixed. We will see the countries shortly. The mixed system opens, the advantage is that it opens two gates into parliament. And the parliament also tends to be a rainbow, political rainbow parliament in mixed systems. You go through the party list as an MP, or you can also go through constituency system. So that's the plus. It's amenable to gender equality, like the proportional system. It's amenable to gender equality because you can also use the party list to promote gender equality. Zebra list. Disadvantage may lead to fragmentation of parliament. It's a fact because of coalition governments. So you may have a parliament that is fragmented and unstable governments, because you often have coalition governments. So they tend to be unstable. So a bit of instability, as it were. In this country where we're having this meeting, actually, in this same city, we're in Johannesburg, right? Where are we? Yes, we're in Johannesburg. the mayor, so there's a coalition government at the municipal level, at mayoral level. So they've in the past, I've lost count actually, yes, more than 5 mayors, yes, because of the unstable government of the municipality. So they just they just elected one this week. Last week, actually, this last week, must have been the 5th one. So it demonstrates the instability that comes with this model, because it involves a lot of coalition. So there's need to therefore be able to master how to govern coalitions. Now, here are the countries now. And here I'll request your indulgence to also assist if some of the countries are in the wrong categories. First past the post system or the 2-round system. You have Botswana, Comoros, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And I speak subject to correction by you, honorable members, if some of the countries are not properly listed. PR system, party list. Yes, please, Zimbabwe. Honorable member.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Chair. I think Zimbabwe were in the mixed system, because now we use both first past the post and we have PR as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have
correct that. Yes, I will need to correct that, and I will talk to the SADC PF to provide me with further detail. Then we'll move Zimbabwe to the mixed, to the extreme right. Thank you, member. Yes, please. From Mauritius?
Seychelles.
Sorry,
Seychelles also, we have the mixed system. Yeah. We have the first past the post, and then we have the proportional representation from the party.
Good. Mixed. So Zimbabwe and Seychelles. Any other country? The rest are okay, right? The rest are okay. Thank you, members. Then PR list, party list PR, Angola, DRC, Mozambique, and Namibia. South Africa used to belong here. South Africa used to belong. Actually, yes, South Africa used to belong here until this month. This month, actually. Yes, this month, there's a new electoral act. There's a new electoral act that has changed the whole system fundamentally. So while they used to have the mixed system at a local level, it has now been elevated to a provincial as well as the national level. So that's why South Africa has moved now to the mixed system to join Lesotho. Lesotho used to be the only one. So we now have Lesotho, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Seychelles under the mixed system. Do you agree? Excellent. So then we proceed. So we are together. So now we know. But here I'll be raising red flags as we proceed. This is the first red flag I'm raising. We're discussing this with the SG yesterday when I arrived, that there is this problem. And this problem of voter apathy that is confronting the region. Actually, it's not just the region, it's the whole continent, probably the world, probably the whole globe. Citizens have lost faith in elections. And they're also increasingly losing faith in democracy by extension. Look, now, what I've done here is just to take the countries that we agreed are having elections this year and next year and give you a picture. And we have to ask ourselves, what's going to happen with the coming elections? Let's start with Madagascar. So I take the previous election. My take-off point was actually deliberately 1990s. But you'll see some countries, it's not 1990s. You'll see as we proceed because of certain reasons. Madagascar, 1993, 60% turnout. In the latest election of 2019, 40%. Now, what will happen? during the forthcoming elections this year and next year? We have to ask ourselves that question. What will happen with voter interest in election? Eswatini, I struggled, and I'm still struggling to get the reliable data here. The information we have is like it was 15 in 1993. It was less than 20 in 2018. So again, the story is not very comforting. Zimbabwe case, actually, I think there are only two exceptions here in this table, Zimbabwe and Botswana. Maybe colleagues from there, one of the members from there will educate us. In Zimbabwe, it has gone up. Interestingly, it has gone up. 95 plus 31%. 2018, 83%. That's positive. That's positive. DRC, because DRC was in a war situation in the 90s, so we used 2006, 65%, and then declines to 45 in 2018. Comoros, the same. Yes, Comoros, the same situation, instability. So we couldn't use 90s. So we have to use 2015, 71% 2015, 62% 2020. Botswana, like Zim, instead of declining, it's going up. 75, 84. We'll see if the trend is on an upward trajectory next year. Mauritius, a slight decline, 84% 1991 to 77% 2019. Mozambique, a big decline, 88% and 94, 51% 2019. And then finally, Namibia also a decline, frankly. So again, with Namibia, South Africa, another decline, same as Namibia. The question then is, looking at this trend, what will happen with the forthcoming elections? Will this still go down or up? What should we do to correct this? So this we'll get to this also in some of our recommendations and probably build towards a resolution towards the end. Question?
Chair, thank you very much. In the spirit of the conversation you encouraged at the beginning, the figures you present, the being global figures, when you segment into age group categories, you actually get a more revealing trend where particularly the 18 to 29 group is where the most apathy is in most of the countries. In fact, the other categories, there is an increase, but in that group, there is a worrying declining trend. And I think that's where the focus needs to be on, because the majority of the people, because by population, in terms of the demographics, they are the biggest block. And yet they are the ones that are shying away from the election. Then, Chair, while I have the floor, I was also going to indicate that Tanzania is also mixed, in addition to the other ones we have put. There is a data I saw which attributes Tanzania as mixed, which seems to be latest data. There is a system of the quotas for women. Maybe Honorable can explain how that works, but I found a source that said it is mixed. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Member? Is that Mauritius? Or?
Yeah, Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Yes, you were referring to the recent elections. And even Seychelles, I see some Comoros, the recent one was in 2020. Seychelles was in 2020, the latest, and it's not featured there.
You had focused on the ones that are having.
I had focused only on those that are going to have elections this year and next year. My apologies. Yes. Honorable Vice Chair, you wanted to come in? Okay, that's fine. Okay, We'll take up the issue of the Tanzania afterwards. We'll see how to then refine the PowerPoint presentation. This issue of the youth participation is crucial. And I'm flagging it because I don't have it in the recommendation. So I think we should flag it so that we'll probably find a way of building a resolution around it. But just to say thank you for that input, Kresha. Yes, honourable members. So that's the situation with regard to the upcoming elections. And in the next presentation in the afternoon, we'll also here I'm just showing turnout. In the afternoon, we'll also show and we'll also raise another red flag. Now, that red flag in the afternoon will be about declining public trust now in institutions, and specifically declining public trust in political parties. So we're going to give this presentation with the afternoon presentation in terms of the red flags. This one is voter turnout. The afternoon will be public trust. Now, when we then think of electoral system reform, we have to be guided by what we call normative frameworks. These are global, continental, and regional. So let's just remind ourselves which are these, so that they guide what we do. So we don't just embark on electoral system reforms in a vacuum or in the abstract. They are guiding frameworks. And these are, globally, there are two: the Universal Declaration for Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. These are the key ones. Continentally, there are also two main ones: the 1981 African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the 2007 African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. These are the major ones, the global and the continental. Regionally, we have a number of them. I selected four mainly for our purposes. SADC PF, actually, you started, SADC PF started before anybody else. Just so that we know. SADC PF set the pace in terms of norm setting in this region. 2001, SADC PF norms and standards for elections in SADC. Then SADC followed. The mother body followed. 2004, the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, and amended them in 2015. Then you have the 2003 ESA ECF principles for elections management, monitoring, and observation in the SADC region. And then you have the latest now, the 2018 model law on elections. 2018 model law on elections. Since we are here focusing on the model law, so let's draw from it in terms of how to go about reforms, electoral reforms, because the model law has already been adopted in 2018 during your assembly in Maputo, Mozambique, if I'm correct. And it provides those four. Yes, question.
Thank you, Chair. Through your indulgence, I think it's important, honorable members, you being chairpersons of standing committees, that we put into perspective the contribution of SADC PF in terms of norm making around elections in the SADC region. As the resource person said, SADC PF pioneered when there was no instrument, not just in SADC, but on the continent. The parliamentarians of the region started observing elections in 1999, and in 2001 developed the first ever election election instrument. And so when we look at this role, it's a role that partly defines who we are. I do remember that even at the time when SADC did not approve the request for transformation of SADC PF, they said, continue to do what you are doing. The work you are doing in rights around HIV and AIDS, and the work you are doing in observing election. Because elections and parliamentarians have an important role. First of all, you are a product of elections, so you are familiar, but more fundamental, when you look at election observation as a function and what it seeks to do, it sits well within the oversight mandate of parliaments and parliamentarians. After all, when you want to effect electoral reforms, the key aspect is legislative reform, and that falls on parliaments. The other aspect is the domestication of regional and international instruments. That falls on parliaments. So even the negotiations around the review of the 2004 SADC principles and guidelines, SADC PF was a central player, because what happened, honorable members, as you may have known from the previous conversations we have had, when you look at the norms and standards of 2001 and compare it blow by blow with the revised, with the principles and guidelines in 2004, the norms and standards were more comprehensive than the 2004 principles and guidelines. And that was the basis on which SADC PF then said, but did we not miss an opportunity as a region? The things that have been left out in the principles and guidelines are already a matter of practice. And that's how SADC incorporated and brought on board SADC PF. We were central to the review of the principles and guidelines leading to the adoption of the revised version in 2015. And that's why after that, the SADC PF then said, we will develop a model law to now facilitate the domestication of the revised principles and guidelines. This should not be lost, because it's really part of the value add that SADC PF has brought to the region in terms of pushing for democratic election. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Crusher. That's very welcome input. In fact, I must reveal that when I was developing the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, I drew a lot from the SADC PF norms, because those were the first to come on the continent, basically. So I had to consult that a lot, and others around the world. But SADC PF featured a lot in my work there. Therefore, I would like to thank the SADC Parliamentary Forum for pioneering this work, and even the model laws. It's a pioneering work on the model laws, actually. And that should continue. The model laws is a pioneering work, because the good thing with the model laws is that they are persuasive. Nobody's compelled to, it's not mandatory. You don't have to sign, ratify, take it to parliament, take it to executive, the cabinet. No, it's persuasive, but it's a good thing to do. So I think we are on the right path. Where was I? I was here. Yes. So I was saying that therefore we are zeroing in now on inclusiveness before we conclude. So the model law also guides us nicely as follows: that the Constitution shall provide for an electoral system that ensures broad participation of citizens, especially marginalized groups. Very clear. The electoral system reform shall be guided by the peculiar historical, socio-cultural, and political-economic context of each country. Because we said earlier, I remember we said these systems were adopted without consideration of the context, because they came as part of the colonial baggage. Yes, so the model law reminds us that this still needs to be done. The electoral law shall clearly set out the form, content, the formula of the electoral system. Yes, so and all those four bullets. The last one is the electoral system shall promote and protect fundamental human rights as well as secrecy of the ballot. All these four important elements of reform rest on Parliament, fundamentally. They rest on Parliament, fundamentally. Parliament, therefore, play an important role in making sure that those happen. Now, these are the key justification for reform. 10 of them. 10 key justifications for reform everywhere. That is why reform, actually, I'm thinking aloud, that I think it's important that because there are so many, these things are so many, you can have reform every, say like every 10 years. I mean, after every 2 cycles of elections. Yeah, have a reform. Don't wait until a crisis. Don't have a reform because there's a crisis. No. Make it routine. Let's have it. It's because for by and large, we can have a parliament. The parliament sits for say 5-6 years, 4, 5, 6 years. Well, some of the members are still new. The second parliament, the second session, second, what do you call it? What do you call it? The second parliament, second parliament, not second parliament. At least you have, even the new ones now know the system. So find a way of reforming it. And you would have also gone through 2 elections. And then you will know the weaknesses and the strengths. So it's important to routinize reform. So, but be guided by these 10 rationale points here that we have listed. Representative parliament. So that's why we're saying parliament is key. So you see, even the study bullet is parliament. Make sure parliament is representative, ensuring inclusive government. So what we're talking about, a political rainbow parliament. Making elections accessible and meaningful, providing incentives for conciliation of political disputes, so that election also is a conflict resolution mechanism, facilitating transparent and efficient government, holding government accountable and responsive. These are clear points. I don't even need to elaborate. Holding MPs accountable. Now, see, parliament comes back. You started with it, it comes back again. Accountable and responsive, encouraging cross-cutting political parties, promoting legislative opposition and oversight, making election process cost-effective and sustainable, and taking into account international normative frameworks that we talked about earlier. So this is the guide, basically, how to do it and make sure you do it comprehensively. But then, because as I said, the big pillars, to make it easier and manageable, as you could recommend that every 2 cycles, every 10 years, this happens. Now, inclusiveness, quickly. Electoral systems are also expected to facilitate inclusion of marginalized and vulnerable groups in society, women, youth, women and youth in particular. This is no surprise, because in Africa today, Africa, we are 2.3 billion population, 2.3 billion. More than 50% of that 2.3 billion are women. So therefore, the rationale for inclusion is self-evident. Youth is more than 60%. Youth. Hence the point that Kuresh was making about youth participation in elections. In general, proportional representation systems have tended to be more amenable. We saw that in the tables to gender equality compared with other systems. However, evidence also shows that even in other systems, you can, with the affirmative action measures, accommodate women, like Tanzania with the quota system. Yes, so that there's an example there which shows that with clear political commitment, you can still do it. Let's move. Yes. Now, let's look at ourselves in the mirror now. I've used women because the gender data is abundant, is available is easily. It's not easy to get the youth data. It's not easy to get the people with disabilities data, but the women's data is easily accessible. So let's look at it. And let's look at parliaments, because you are members of parliament here. Let's look at our parliaments. And here I'm talking mainly about the National Assembly, not the other house. National Assembly mainly. So if you look at National Assembly, and I think the threshold is 30%, right? Representation. If you look at that, if you take that, only how many countries? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 countries in our region meet that threshold of 30% and more of women in parliament. South Africa, 46.6%. Namibia, 44.2%, second, followed by Mozambique, 42.4%. Tanzania comes Tanzania comes on fourth spot, 36.7%. Zimbabwe comes 5th spot, 31.9%, and Angola, 30%. The rest of the SADC member states are below the threshold. So the question is then also, what should be done here? Yes, in Parliament. Yes.
We go back to the correction put by Zimbabwe on the electoral system.
Yes.
And the one that I was citing for Tanzania. And then when we have corrected Tanzania and Zimbabwe, a clear trend begin to emerge in terms of the causal relationship between the electoral system and the ability to be inclusive. Because none of the countries have purely the plurality system. They have either PR or mixed.
Absolutely. And then let's contrast. So you see the top 5 in terms of gender equality, South Africa, Namibia, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Angola. Then let's go to the bottom. So that we see, we have a fuller picture. The bottom, we have Eswatini, 9.6, Botswana, 10.8, DRC, 12.8, Madagascar, 17.9, Zambia, 16.8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, the bottom 5. That's the bottom 5. So we now are aware of the top 5 and the bottom 5. And therefore, the challenge is to improve further. Even the top 5, they need to keep improving. But also now the bigger challenge is on the other member states that are below the threshold. That's the challenge that we have. Now, then I think the table is self-explanatory. I don't need to explain it beyond what we have seen. I think it's clear. When addressing issues of inclusiveness, we could think of the following strategies. Affirmative action measures. I think Tanzania has shown us how this can be done and done consistently to achieve results. Voluntary and legislative gender quotas, that's another approach. Incentives, including linking aspects of public funding, we'll talk about funding in the afternoon, to gender balance. That's another way of doing it. And we can also, with party lists, for example, adopt the zebra list, where you have a PR system or mixed systems. You can adopt the zebra list, where on the list of candidates, you have a man, a woman, a man, a woman, a man, a woman, like that, in the nomination of candidates. That's the way to go. Now, we are finalizing before we open for general discussion with a few recommendations. The first, and these recommendations are deliberately predicated or deliberately couched around Parliament. First, Parliament must encourage regular reforms following 2 elections and 2 parliaments. premised on 7 pillars. Broadening representation is one pillar. Deepening accountability is another pillar. Ensuring inclusion of marginalized social groups is another pillar. Promoting transparency, credibility of the electoral process and legitimacy of the outcome is another pillar. Entrenching inter-party democracy, another pillar. Sustaining political stability and promoting human rights, safeguarding secrecy of the ballot and electoral integrity, another. Now, so when we undertake this reviews after every 10 years, for instance, we will go back to those 10 rational points, but within this pillars as well. Key political actors such as Parliament, the executive, and political parties, CSOs, and the media must devise strategies aimed at civic or democracy education with a view to reverse the currently worrying trend of rising voter apathy and declining public trust in governance institutions. We said trust, we'll deal with it in the afternoon. But this issue of voter apathy it's a big challenge for our democracies today. And here we can also weave in, since I didn't include it, the point that Kurasha made as one of the recommendations, that there is need because of the youth dividend. I don't want to say youth bulge. I don't know. Yes, the youth dividend of our continent. There is need to focus on how to, ensure that young people participate in elections and democratic processes, and in that way, that will also help address in part the apathy challenge. Parliament must pass legislation ensuring that reforms of the electoral system are premised on broad-based representation of all segments of society, including vulnerable and marginalized social groups, through stakeholder consultations, genuine national dialogue, and consensus. So the reforms, the key message we're making here is the reforms should not be too elitist. They shouldn't be confined to the elite alone. In political parties, in government, in parliament, in the executive. No, there should be a deliberate effort to go to the villages, to the people themselves, through consultations and national dialogue. And through that dialogue, hopefully a consensus will emerge on what works better for each of the countries. Parliament must enact laws aimed at electoral system reforms, providing measures such as diversity management, affirmative action, including quotas for women, youth, disabled, the elderly, minority ethnic groups, and other disadvantaged groups. This is evident. I think we've been repeating this several times from the beginning, and the model law is also very strong on this. Finally, in safeguarding the integrity of the electoral system, Parliament must promote and protect the independence of the election management body in terms of appointment and tenure of office of the commissioners, operations, as well as the funding of the EMB, all of which must be free of corruption and undue political influence. So we have not touched on the election management body or the IEC, but I think it's important to bring it up in the recommendations, because this is the institution that is responsible for the electoral system as a whole. So I wanted just to bring that in there. These are some of the useful resources for us, and then I think that brings us to the end, Chair. You had given me up until 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, I overstepped by 3 minutes or so, but it's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. And I think honorable members, looking at the time and looking at the sugar levels, I would suggest that we break for 10 minutes. If that suits you, honorable members, maybe we can get some sugar. And then we resume. So This is, let's say 11, 11:05. So can we resume at 11:15, honorable members? And then we shall go into the Q&A. 10 minutes, yes. 10. Should it? Oh, okay. 15, all right. So I'll give 15. So this is 11:05. Let's resume at 11:20. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. So we adjourn up until 11:20. Thank you very much. Welcome back, honorable members. Honorable members, we are now going to go into the plenary. Therefore, the floor is now open for plenary deliberations and consideration of the presentation made. We are free to engage the presenter on the issues he has raised for questions, comments. The floor is now open, honorable members. Thank you. All right, Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me thank Professor for the very enriching presentation, which has enlightened us a lot. One observation I was discussing with Professor during the break, one observation is you had the slides about rationale. Maybe if you could put it back on. The rationale for electoral system reform. When I go through the bullet points, I find that there is something lacking. Making the electoral processes cost-effective, sustainable, and taking into account international regional norms and standards. I find maybe there's a keyword that should be inserted, accessible, making it accessible. Why I'm saying accessible? Because you can have the electoral processes available. But if I'm illiterate and I want to participate in the process, but I can't access the electoral process, this would be like a barrier for me to access it. I think accessibility should be a keyword there that should be inserted. Maybe, Professor, we can agree to disagree, but I find it very important because you can have it, the electoral processes. But if me, as I want to participate as a candidate, I want to join the race, but I can't access the electoral process. This in itself will be a barrier, especially for women. Thank you.
So honorable members, we can take like three interventions and then we reply. We've got a hand from Botswana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Prof. It was an enlightening presentation, and I just wanted to just make a few observations and interventions. The experience from Botswana, which has adopted the plurality system since independence. The experience has been a not so inclusive National Assembly. As we have seen from the statistics, women representation, looking at 7%. The under 45, I've been trying to check the under 45s in our parliament. And I think we have just about 5 out of the parliament of 64 members, which is also, I think, hovering around that 7% number. People living with disabilities is also a problem. We have the marginalized communities, especially the first people of the Kalahari. Okay, we normally have this sort of a sort of an adoptive prejudice term and refer to them as Basara, but they prefer to be maybe described in their specific tribal groupings, or just to say they are the first people of the Kalahari because they are the original inhabitants. Representation in the National Assembly has been problematic. So it's clear there is a correlation between our electoral system and a representation of both youth and women and other marginalized groups. That's the first observation. But also the issue of voter apathy. I don't know. It's interesting that we're on an upward trajectory from 77% to 84% in the last elections. 85%, 84% in the last elections. It's interesting. I don't know what could have triggered that, but our elections in last year were eventful. Eventful for the first time in the history of our country. We've had a former president vouching for the opposition and actively campaigning for the opposition. We had a much more organized opposition with slightly well-resourced. It could compete pound for pound with the ruling party in some instances. So I think the elections were very much exciting. But what I'm interested to check in terms of this voter turnout is the 18 to 29, because we still have that problem of the 18 to 29. But Prof, my interest is here. My interest is on whether we have looked at, when you look at the elections outcomes in terms of inclusivity and the declining voter turnout, what do we see in terms of trends on dominant party systems? Because in our region, you would agree with me, we have countries which have in the not so long ago, and I'm mindful of Malawi, Zambia, I don't know where else, where they've been change of government. And we have these other countries where we have dominant party system. The ruling party in my country has been in power for 58 years. We have the ANC here, we have ZANU PF in Zimbabwe, we have SWAPO in Namibia, we have CCMA in Tanzania, we have Frelimo in Mozambique, we have MPLA in Angola. So I don't know what the trends really have been, whether you see any correlation. But of course, with the recommendations, I couldn't agree with more with you on the recommendations. One other aspect that I think maybe we need to also pay particular attention to is the issue of in trying to move towards a democratic consolidation. Look at the electoral dispute resolution mechanisms, because we have had elections overturned in Malawi, and then the rerun, the opposition won. We've had such an instance in Kenya, even though it's not in Southern Africa. In Botswana, the opposition was dismissed on a purely technical point. The merits were not looked into. And my worry was that if the space to amicably resolve electoral disputes, then we are now venturing into other options which might not be desirable in a democracy, which might endanger stability. Yeah, because if the courts are not an option, then violence becomes another option. My last point is on the EMBs. I think we also have different types. We have those that are independent. If you take the South African example, for instance, but in our case, we have the Independent Electoral Commission, but the head will be appointed by the executive. The staff remains the staff under the office of the president, which is a department in Department of Public Service Management. So the staff really works for the Office of the President. But then we made a startling discovery. I say we as the Public Accounts Committee. That startling discovery was that the Constitution provides for a tenurial security of the head of the electoral management body. That once you are appointed, you retire at 65. But what we then realized was that we went to the 2019 elections with a secretary of the EMB appointed on a contract basis, a contract which stipulated that she could be transferred or she could, there could be separation. So that's how serious it was. There was a clear violation of the Constitution in appointing the head of the. Actually, we discovered that by accident. Our probe was on the Auditor General, because we were saying the Auditor General, we are not auditing the intelligence agency. Why is that the case? Are you? Why does it appear like you are not fully confident? Then she admitted that look, sometimes it's not easy to fight these things when you are on a short-term contract. And then we said no, but the Constitution says you can't be appointed on a contract. Then we started paying attention to other heads of oversight institutions. That's how we discovered that the IEC secretary was appointed on a contract. But of course, we directed as a committee that that anomaly should be corrected. And we hope that it has been corrected. Yeah. Okay, those are some of the interventions that I sought to make. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking long.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I see a hand from the Secretary General.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, just the linkages, so that Prof could also assist the committee. Mindful that this issue is quite broad and that we may find ourselves discussing broadly. Allow me to just bring us back. In the context of the responses, which will be quite informative and guide us, may we kindly fall back, because when you report back to the plenary assembly, we must be very clear. I think it was agreed earlier on that the norms and standards, were pioneering tool, which we believe that then binds this committee to monitor its efficacy. It then follows that even when you talk about the benchmarks for democratic legislators, are you monitoring them? Some of the issues that we're raising are also contained around reforms in the benchmarks for democratic legislatures. Equally, the whole issue of elections and parliaments, I think, is at center stage for the SADC PF at a critical time where we're transforming into a regional parliament. There's something on the table currently that says parliament should not observe elections. They must leave it to the executive. So we have a resolution that we have taken at the forum, which basically enjoins member parliaments to contribute and observe elections of all the countries. Now we have 11, 12 elections coming up. Is this committee therefore monitoring? And what reforms, what imperatives, so to speak, for inclusiveness are you monitoring? Go to the Constitution. There's an issue of inclusiveness, which is in our Constitution. Are we monitoring and saying, how does this affect the values and issues of imperative that have been referred to? What are we proposing for reforms going forward? All these issues are in our resolutions, they're in our constitutions, they're part of the African Union, Declaration on Principles Governing Democratic Elections. You can look at many other instruments in the SADC region, more so that which this forum has adopted as part of the resolution and saying, we're going to moving in this direction. As we respond, as part of thinking of resolutions, are we monitoring inclusiveness as far as the Constitution has guided us for women, for instance? The resolutions talk about youth at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Are we living the values of the forum? What reforms, like I said, are critical ingredients based on the resolutions that we've taken? I know you listed a lot of imperatives, but can we say to the plenary assembly, we have noted the following as a regional body, and therefore we encourage parliaments to do the following. help us as you respond in order for us to be forward-looking in terms of the mandate of this committee in responding so that the report is really instructive and guiding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. I see a hand from Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to Doc for the presentation. I'll also look closer home, which is my country as Zimbabwe, and touch on inclusiveness first and foremost. We have moved strides. This is why we're correcting you, Doc, to say we have moved to the mixed system of electoral system. We have the PR system. The PR system is mainly for women, which we realized without involving, without taking an affirmative action towards women involvement in parliament, it was going to take decades to get a huge number of women members of parliament. So the PR system is working very well. We have 60 designated seats for women in a parliament of 210. But that doesn't limit them to the 60 because the women can still stand on the ordinary constituencies, and you get quite a number. I think the last election we had about 20 to 25% of those constituencies where women contest versus men and win constituencies. In addition to that, we have had an amendment to our electoral act, so much so that come elections this year, we have also introduced a youth quota. The youth quota is in such a manner that we have 10 provinces in our country. So what we have done is every province has to have at least one youth, a reserved seat. So we have 10 reserved seats for youth in addition to the ordinary constituency. So youth now have a reserved quota in parliament. That's on inclusivity. And then I was going to look at the idea we were talking about reforms. Reforms are good, and we would sit here and talk about reforms, but we are political animals as members of parliament, and reforms normally come through parliament. So I'm not restricting this argument to Africa. I think globally, political players would never agree to a reform that takes them out of power. So it's very difficult to carry out these reforms unless and until we find an independent body. I don't know whether we could zero in, we could give this purview to the electoral supervisory bodies to carry out reforms, because for parliament, the majority, which is the ruling party, will never agree to reforms that might jeopardize their stay in power. So that's where the crunch is on reforms. And then lastly is on the independence of these electoral supervisory bodies. In our case in Zimbabwe, the commissioners are appointed by parliament. So parliament sits, the body of parliament sits, it does interviews and everything, but the chair is appointed by the executive, but all other members are appointed by parliament. So I think maybe to improve its independence, maybe the chair should also be appointed by parliament. I feel that way, then you would really have a totally supposedly independent body to supervise elections. And then lastly, I noted on the voter turnout, the increase in the voter turnout for Zimbabwe. I think the reason for Zimbabwe for the 2018 elections was there was an excitement of some sort. Remember, we were independent in 1980, and from 1980 up to 2017, we had one party and one president. So much so that some of the children that we had in the houses, if you asked what a president is, they would tell you Mugabe. You know, they'd never known of any other president other than Mugabe. So when Mugabe was removed from power, there was an excitement. It energized voters. They were excited to go and vote, whether they were going to vote ZANU PF or not ZANU PF, but there was an excitement. And I think that galvanized the numbers, and we had a higher turnout. I'm not sure on the 2023 one, but I unfortunately think the graph will come down like any of the other countries that we have observed. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I see a hand from Gracia.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have two different interventions. Chair, I think that I'm compelled to take up the matter that the SG raised in an intervention. When you look at the model law, and including the process through which it was developed, what is now featuring as the provisions of the model law are a representation of the resolution by the SADC PF in terms of what ought to be done. And in the mandate of this committee, because what we must remember is that there are at least 3 committees that are directly linked to the issues of elections. The Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, insofar as it seeks to track progress on the implementation. Then the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Standing Committee, whose mandate is democracy and governance broadly, including the issue of elections. Then we have the Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, whose natural interest sits with the issues of gender equality, the issues of youth participation and representation, and of course the RWPC, because they are seeking to have parity in terms of gender. So in fact, there are 4. So it is important for this committee to be clear in terms of how we are going to proceed, including on the recommendations, where we are casting our recommendations insofar as we are saying this is not in sync with the provisions of the model law. So that distinction in terms of mandate flows nicely. So I'm just putting a reminder, having been prompted by the SG's intervention, to say, let's really remember to go back to the source, which is the model law itself, and then say, we see a disparity in terms of A, B, C, D, and therefore the alignment must happen in order to make sure that there is alignment with this provision or that provision or that provision. Having said that, Chair, I also recall that the RWPC and the K-wide committee jointly commissioned a study on women political participation, the challenges on women political participation. And the findings of that study were quite revealing in terms of the challenges of inclusivity or lack of inclusivity, because it then identified what it called the barriers to women political participation, which in essence are the barriers for inclusion. And in addition to legislation, which Ndate Mahlosa spoke eloquently about, he also spoke about political parties and promised that when we look at the topic of the afternoon, you'll come back to that as being part of the impediments. Political parties actually have been identified as, by and large, perpetrating a patriarchal agenda and therefore failing to provide safe spaces for inclusion. There is an issue of political violence. which is emerging, and that's also keeping away the groups we want to include from politics. And in all its forms, including cyber bullying, there is a lot of cyber violence which is emerging, targeting women. And there is also the issue of GBV itself. I remember when we met with Gaywide and RWPC, one member was sharing how the husband was not necessarily supportive initially when he said, I'm going for political office. And then whatever happens in between, but as they say, success is, a failure is an orphan, and success has many parents. After she had won, the husband came on board and became the spokesperson. We want to thank you for the victory because there was benefit that was coming. But before that, there was a lot that went in where the woman, within the setup of the relationship, did not necessarily feel supported. Then the issue of psychological violence, it also came out as an important issue. Another pillar that also was identified is the economic barriers. The reality of the structure of our economies are that these people we are targeting are not necessarily excluded, are only not excluded politically, but they are marginalized, including economically. And there is a correlation between your access to resources and the ability to be able to accost voters, particularly in first past the post arrangement, where you are voting an individual. Then the psychological and motivational barriers, where these groups, because they are inherently disadvantaged, segregated against in all spheres, asking them to take up the challenge and take political office is a mammoth task in the absence of looking at contextual issues in terms of how we can support them. Because if you have been battered and you have been sidelined economically, it's not easy. No, but we opened opportunities because the conversation sometimes, but we opened opportunities and no women came. They wouldn't have come because they are not ready. They are not prepared. What are we doing to prepare? And the model law speaks eloquently about that. Then, so those were the barriers that were identified, and I thought I could also highlight them because they relate very much with what we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kurasha. I will now call upon the doctor to interact with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank the honorable members for the enlightening interventions that enrich basically the conversation. And this is what I anticipated actually, and I did say this outright, that I want this to be a conversation. I would like this to be a conversation in the African tradition around the fire dialogue, you know. So this is what it is, and I like it. I think all the inputs, Chair, are welcome, and they are relevant. The question about accessibility cannot be overemphasized. You know, the election material may be available, ballot boxes, polling stations are available, but the question is, are they accessible? So I think that's an important point that the honourable member from Seychelles has raised. So that should be taken on board. I accept the intervention. The honourable member from Botswana has raised a number of issues that are critical for our discussion. He besides sharing with us the experience of his own country that he knows best, he's raised a couple of issues that I think may warrant our discussion, or at least our noting that, you know, there's one thing that I didn't yeah, I wasn't quite sure whether there will be enough space given the time we have. I was focused on electoral systems and inclusiveness, which was the assignment. I didn't bring in the party system. Yeah, no, I didn't. I must confess to the honourable member, I didn't. But it's a discussion that can be generated, because we have the same, like we have different electoral systems, isn't it? We have different party systems, and those also manifest in our region. In fact, we can isolate five or four types of party systems. You have what we can call a no party system. A no party system is a party system in its own way. In its own way. It may sound contradictory, but it's a party system in its own way. It's a system that says we don't allow parties. Yeah, we don't recognize parties. So even when we go for elections, individuals contest, not parties. Okay, so we have that experience in Eswatini, for example. We have the two-party system. It's another model. Before I go to the two-party, there's one party system. One party system. We don't have that presently as we speak in Southern Africa. We used to have them in the past, but not now. Right? So the one party, where only one party is both de jure and de facto recognized. Then you have the two-party. This is the two-party system. The two parties, they are there de facto, but de jure, other parties can be formed, but the two parties are the dominant parties. They contest, they even alternate power. We don't have much of that in our region. It's there in Ghana and to a large extent in Nigeria, but not Southern Africa. We don't have that. Then we have what he referred to as the dominant party system. Yes, that one we have. Where we have parties allowed to exist, but de facto, one dominant party, keeps, over time in power. That we have. Botswana, South Africa, Namibia, Mozambique, Angola, Zimbabwe. We have had those. We have that experience. So we also have the final multi-party, what is called multi-party system. Yes. So these are the five. And multi-party can talk of Mauritius, Seychelles. You have a number of them, a number of countries in that category. So we didn't, I must say, we didn't have that in our discussion. So just to make sure that we are focused on, as he said, on the topic. So I remember we agree with you. The other one, this one I think we may need to find a way of how to deal with it. That is electoral dispute. How to deal with this issue, because right now there's, how do I put this clearly? The best way of dealing with electoral dispute, the best way is to have a standalone electoral dispute mechanism focused on that task alone. And in some jurisdictions, you even have a situation where there's an electoral court dedicated to dealing with electoral dispute. This situation now that we have of disputes, because we don't have a dedicated mechanism or institution dealing with them, then we overload the judiciary with electoral disputes. Here is the risk that it presents. That we end up judicializing politics and politicizing the judiciary without intending to do so. Without intention, without a deliberate intention, Chair. But that is, likely to be the case. I'm actually talking from experience now, and my worry about my own country. I'm sorry, my MPs are not here. This is the trend my country is going now. Every dispute goes to the courts. even intra-party ones. Not just national elections or local government, intra-party elections, they just land in the courts. So this is the danger that we need to watch out and try to avoid, of judicializing politics and politicizing the judiciary. That's, I think, the message I can
If I may, Prof.
Yes.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Because on this point, recently we have had two bills, electoral amendment bills in our parliament. One was a private bill to revert to the indelible ink, and then the other was by the government, in which they sought to ban the bringing of electronic gadgets into the polling stations. But the opposition will bring a bill which is more on trying to get our parliament to domesticate the SADC PF model law on elections. There are several aspects of it. We've had a back and forth with the legal department in our parliament, because some they touch on the constitution and they would need constitutional amendments. Now, the point which I want to make is an argument which was raised by Ambassador Kapinga, who is an honorable member for Okavango, who said it's important that the same way we have labor courts in most of our jurisdictions as courts of law and equity, for the sake of democracy, we also need to have election dispute resolution mechanisms to have an element of law and equity. Because if we bog down election disputes, one, we judicialize it, as you say. Two, and we get entangled in legal niceties or technicalities, then we run the risk of resorting to other options of registering our disputes. Yeah, some parties, in fact, in Kenya, you remember what happened in Kenya, where you say, okay, the courts didn't decide, so let's call mass protest. So I think this this aspect of law and equity, as for the sake of a democracy in the election dispute resolution mechanism, is something that we need to look into. Thank you.
We may have to think. We'll see as if we develop the resolutions. I think there could be a way we can, because if a dispute is not resolved and resolved adequately, it leaves a bad taste that can result into something else which is not desirable. So in other words, if we're not able to resolve electoral disputes satisfactorily for all parties involved, violence may be the result. Look at what's happening in Kenya now. So I think we're taking the point. We noted the point. So we'll find a way of weaving a resolution around that. SG, I think the points were was a guidance really. that we as we deliberate and also work towards the resolutions, we remain focused on the topic and the link between electoral systems and inclusiveness, so that by the time you get to plenary, I think it's in Arusha, Tanzania, sometime, is it 53 or 53rd? Yes. So that by the time we get there, we have a solid, submission. As I take the point by the 100%. Chair, I think Kurasha wants to intervene.
Alright, you have the floor.
Just to point out that it's actually a matter that's comprehensively addressed in the model law, from the issue of the resolution of electoral disputes, from provision 89 to 94. It even makes a distinction between ADR and the judicial route. Sure.
I think the best practice is to try to combine both, not either or, so that the one can counter-check the other. Yeah. I think, Chair, that's yes, Chair. I think I've taken care of the key interventions. Honourable member from Zimbabwe, thank you so much. Very, very useful intervention on the reform and what explained the turnout. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. The electoral reform. Now we understand why we have to shift Zimbabwe to the mixed. And thanks a lot. And the EMB. Oh, in fact, on the EMB, because the honourable member from Botswana also raised it. There's we need to make a distinction on EMBs. That's why I think that the recommendation we made towards the end, it's meant to address that towards the end of the presentation. There's a recommendation we made, or it's not there on the screen. Yes, Yes, there's one about EMBs, the last one. To indicate that the EMBs we have different types of EMBs. We have primarily 3 types. So that last recommendation, is deliberate to say it should be an independent EMB. Because we can have a governmental EMB. Yes, you can have a governmental EMB. So what we are describing, honourable member, although I don't know the exact mechanics, the exact of the, it sounds more like a governmental, but we are recommending an independent EMB. Yes, in that last bullet. So you also have situations like in Mozambique where it's mixed, where it's a mixture of both governmental and independent. But we are recommending the independent model. Yes, if the electoral system is really to gain integrity, so we're recommending the independent. Kurasha, I think it was an important contribution also that we need to take into account. In particular, it will help us also when we sharpen the resolutions, because I was not aware of this study actually. Because it's raising a very, very interesting dynamics of what are the barriers for including women and probably other marginalized groups. So we'll take those into account. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Doc. There was a hand from the SG. You have the floor.
No, I think Prof actually dealt with it. I think the idea of the principle of judicializing or politicizing still holds, because the model law does give provisions for what would work in various countries. But I think the proliferation as well of that particular principle needs to be highlighted by this committee. Yeah, I think you get where I'm getting to without necessarily taking it, because as I try to speak, I'm wondering if I'm speaking of a particular country, it should not arise that it can be identified easily. However, I think the principle is there. Yeah, thank you.
I see a hand from the Vice Chair, Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. May I take this opportunity to thank the presenter, Professor Mathosa, for a very educative presentation. I'm coming to what we are discussing, the SADC model, the 2018 SADC model on election mentioned it all, and most of them are really being done or practiced, like that positive measure on diversity of management, affirmative action, which is well being practiced in my country, including quotas for women, youth, disabled, and the elderly minority. I raise my hand to comment on one thing which really has not been mentioned here, and I think it's happening in most of the countries. The updation of the voters register. You say that the voting is declining, number of people voting are becoming fewer and fewer. But in many countries, we carry the census, population census after every 5 years. And before every election, there's updation of voters register. Just before elections or a certain few months, it depends. When it comes to that, it's voluntary. It's not a must to go and register to vote, which I think is a problem. I was really recommending that there must be a bill for people, to be passed as a law that all people who have attained the age of voting should register themselves. But then it should not only end there. If I can remember well, or if I can quote the Bible, even when Jesus was born, it was during the census, and all people were being counted. Now, when it comes to voting, from census to voting, I think it's a must that those mature people who are ready to vote should register. And now, how do we monitor if the registered people are going to vote? That is where is a problem again. One may register his name, but then how many appear for voting, which I think is a problem in many countries. And that somewhere, somehow, during the voting day, there are a lot of threats, and especially those threats goes to women. If you go there and vote, this and this is going to happen. Or, other people, I might say people who are not really faithful, threaten those people who are not strong. Don't go to vote just because maybe one has discovered that he or she is not from my party. So it's a problem. And I think this should also be taken care of. Otherwise, as Professor just mentioned that, or showed on the tables that there's a decline of voters, the trend can really go down. So I think there are things to be done. First, civil education to those people that voting is a must for leadership you want to be, or for a leader whom you want to elect. And still, people might come out to vote. So I wanted to share that to you. Otherwise, I want to mention something about affirmative action. In my country, it goes like which part has won. The percent of the votes for women goes with the percent of the party winning. It's a percent of the number of those who have won more. So women are getting first of all, women are elected by other women, and then you wait in the list. depending on how much your party has succeeded. And that's how we get in. So we have a number of ways of getting in. We have those representatives from high learning institutions, representatives from youth, representatives from disabled, representatives from workers, and also the 10 people or members who are elected by, who are given the power, are given the chance by the president. 5 must be women, 5 men. So it's like that. But there are rights, as mentioned earlier in the other program, which are not given to the women members of parliament. We are not given the constituency catalyst fund. And that makes most of women wanting to go to the constituency. But it is not easy for women, many women, to go to the constituency, because that notion in men's head that men are the ones for the constituencies. That's why you find that a lot of men are in the constituency, and those, if you are not considered in the affirmative action, then it's another issue. So to assist those, I think Kurasha mentioned earlier, there are a lot of things to be taken about, like the financial power, but also to educate the voters. And lucky enough, we in Tanzania right now, we have a woman president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is doing a lot. Other things she's doing had never been done before. A good number of schools, good number of dormitories, hostels for women, all those infrastructures in road infrastructure, in electricity, in health. So that is also going to give us another stage whereby women are going to win. May I present this to you? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chairperson. I see a hand from Botswana.
I'm trying to go back to what the SG and Kurasha have said about the recommendations, especially with respect to the model law on elections. Two particular issues that I want to raise. And I've raised this point before. I don't know the extent to which it can help us. Of course, we have a way to track the domestication of the model law, but I thought that it could be an important ingredient of our SADC PF observer missions, election observer missions, to also each and every time we observe elections to also, as part of our report, to have an adherence gauge. We do have our guidelines that we use, but as part of the guidelines, to say the extent of adherence to or domestication of the model law on elections, so that it also informs our overall recommendations when we do our report. I think I've said this in the DRC, sorry, in the virtual meetings that we held. I think at the time I was in Cape Town. It's something I'm suggesting to this committee, that in our guidelines, remember, we observe elections, we state what we have observed, in terms of our guidelines, and then at the end we make a recommendation. But to further inform our recommendations, let's also see the extent to which we adhere, the country that is being observed adheres to the model law, because that can also inform our report. The second issue which I want to bring to the attention of the committee is the issue which I also mentioned on we I've been with the SADC PF. This is my 6th year, I think. We have these model laws, but I don't know, honorable members, because I may not be privy to the how you deal with the interparliamentary committees in your parliament. But by and large, in our case, some members, of course, they will make reference to these model laws during relevant debates. For instance, there'll be a debate on electoral amendment bill in our parliament, and I'll make reference to the model law. And you may find that the 90% of our parliament, except those which are members of the SADC PF, would know what that model law is all about. Not even to talk about the domestication. So it's proving difficult, and I've mentioned this, SG and Mr. Chair, that it's difficult for especially members to come up with private bills. It has its challenges. Most of the members are not lawyers. Some parliaments don't have very well developed legal departments to assist. They have to sometimes rely on their goodwill, lawyers to, and drafting again is also a skill. There is that challenge, but also the other challenge is that of persuading those who are in the majority. My brother here from Zim has said it's difficult to institute the reforms that are likely to see you out of power. So what's the point I'm making? The point I'm making is that, okay, with unions, we know there are pressure groups, they will demonstrate, they will go to courts, they will do all sorts of things to pressure government to reform labor laws. But what about us, honorable MPs? Isn't it the time to now look at how we can mechanisms that we can put in place in our countries to try and get domestication of some of our model laws? I don't think, speaking for my own parliament, we are engaging other members enough. We don't even have a domestic committee which looks into interparliamentary bodies. In fact, lately, Prof, I've been thinking of maybe penning a paper on the extent to which our parliamentary diplomacy sort of influence our domestic policy. Really, what are we reaping from our interparliamentary bodies? So I don't know really what can be done, but I think one of the recommendations that this committee should come up with has to do with how do we get these model laws domesticated? How do we open that conversation as SADC PF and our respective parliaments, or even the executive? I don't know if I'm making sense, but it looks like most of our discussions end here. They don't get to our parliament. I don't know where in other parliaments what they do, but in our case, it's really not easy to get these things to. We don't even have a reporting mechanism in our parliament to say we are from SADC PF. This is what has been decided. This is what. Yeah, I think you get the gist of the point here.
Yes, please go ahead.
For the one we are just talking about, this this model law of election, the 2018 SADC model law of elections, I think you know what it says, provides that positive measures such as diversity management, affirmative action, including quotas for women, youth, disabled, the elderly, minority ethnic groups, and other disadvantaged groups shall be adopted as part of electoral systems and mechanisms put in place to ensure their enforcement. I just want to bring the room into concentration to that, while I want to assist a bit those who are seated right here from different countries. Is it practical? I mean, in how many countries is this in practice? In my country, I say yes, and thank you to SADC. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sitting here. Now, how many countries as we are seated? Because it's not starting now, it's already in practice, and it has enabled a lot of women to get in. This very one, how many within other countries are in practice? I'm giving a testimony. Had it not been this, maybe I wouldn't have been here as a special seat. Pardon? No, I wouldn't. Now I'm asking the rest, because we are now speaking something which is in practice. And my colleague just said that maybe it's not practical in his country. But I want to share, by the way, how many members of parliament were seated right here? Oh, the secretaries. Is it practical in your countries? I said, in my country, yes, 100%.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chairperson. You know, look, I think when we talk of the quotas, sometimes, you know, I even wonder, even at the SADC PF as well, we've got a special quota for women, but we don't have for the youth. We don't have a quota for the youth, because back in our parliament, the chairperson for the Women Caucus, automatically she becomes a member of the SADC PF. But do we have the same for the youth? So that is also something that I think we can always tease ourselves. And also, I think the doc said it right away to say the other problem is that when we're coming up from the colonial era, we just adopted things that they don't really matter to us, especially the electoral system from his presentation. I would want to agree with that, because for some of the things that we are facing and having problems with, I would testify, like for my country, Malawi. I remember in 2019, we had an election. And also, I think I'm going to emphasize so much, maybe in the afternoon when we start talking of public trust. We had observer missions, and they all said the elections were free and fair, and they left. But the owners of the country, they had said, no, there was no free and fair. And they went on to challenge the same elections to court. And it was a constitutional panel, a constitutional court panel, whereby they had overturned the results. And immediately when they were about to announce, when they were about to deliver the judgment, I remember the European Union also had to come in the country to say, we want to deliver our report. And then people wondered to say, you had already given a report to say the elections were free and fair. And now you're coming back. And now the people had to protest, and they had to say, where is this going to happen? So at the place that they were about to hold this briefing, the people had to go and camp there and to say, you're not going to speak to us. We know what's best for us. So I think it was also a matter of having public trust in as far as our bodies are concerned, like the SADC PF, whereby people also need to build trust in us to say, whatever we recommend, it is exactly what is going to transpire at the ground. But also the hurdles that we have got in our electoral systems in as far as resources are concerned. I think that is one of the biggest, because like I give example for Malawi, for you to be a youth and to join politics, you must have a strong financial backing, maybe from your parents. And that's exactly something that I know, and I'm a beneficiary to that, because I had to ride on my father's wings. I joined the parliament when I was 28 years old. That is very uncommon in Malawi, because when you look at the resources, it's a big barrier. And also when we look at the women that were preaching, and you would find that women are the most people that are also loyal to voting in any other grouping. Absolutely. Because when a woman says, I'll go vote, she goes. And when she says, I'm going to vote for this candidate, it is very unlikely that she's going to move. But we'd also find it that she has also got exactly the same barriers. And also when we look at also our culture norms are also contributing factor. Because some would say, like in Malawi, would say, no, a woman has to be home. You want to go start that, where are you going to get the money from? And then there are going to be lots of accusations. So I think this is a very important topic, but we need to think hard, because I believe that we've got a long, long way to go in as far as this part of Africa is concerned and how we deliberate. There's a hand from the Secretary General, and then we'll go to Seychelles, and then we'll go to Croatia. Thank you, in that order.
Okay, Chair. I just want to plead based on the terms of reference that we gave the consultant, that we immerse ourselves in coining, because he's concluding this first part of his presentation. In the afternoon, some of these issues will also come in. They'll re-emerge as indicated. But I also want to raise issues that are domestic. Please just bear with me. I'm trying to bring you back, because these issues will come back at the plenary assembly when you present your report. And I believe that the honorable members of this committee, as chairpersons of the standing committees, you need to be able to look at what have been the barriers for us at the regional level, for some of these issues not to be dealt with. There is a resolution that is standing at the forum that we must have a committee on youth and include youth. Unfortunately, no parliament or no member was willing to drop for youth in their own delegation. Let me just put it bluntly. So we speak and we believe, but we don't implement, whether it's at country level or at the regional level. I remember sitting in the Gay White Committee and the member said, SG, I said, no, we are happy to take this forward. But how many can raise their hands and say, I'll give my way for youth? This is the only way we can solve it at the regional level, because we receive nominations from parliaments and we cannot tamper with those unless they do not meet the credentials that are set out. Currently, I think we will need, I think Madam Claire and Kurasha we will need to make that amendment in our constitution, just like we have with the National Women's Caucus, to be able to make sure that countries do that. But is this the feeling of this committee? That as part of your monitoring, remember I spoke about some issues that we need to say, these are an imperative for us at the regional level. Are we, I mean, we can talk about dominance of the political party, we can talk about the lack of youth, the whole day we can talk about women. But what is it that we are seeing in the landscape, which I believe Prof can help us with, that then mandate us at the regional level to influence implementation, at least at this level, in order for us to model that which we are saying to countries they must be able to do. And for me, I'm bringing us closer to resolutions. I think the data can be found in terms of how many countries, where is it possible, what is not practical, so that we're able to say in the SADC countries, out of so many, this is the picture. And therefore, in view of the upcoming elections, we want to encourage countries to look into ABCD. Where laws need to be changed, it's too late. However, we can persuade, like we do as usual as the forum, and appeal to countries, even in most countries where at the end of the day, we know that the heads of states are the ones who sometimes out of embarrassment say, out of the nominations, let me just put all women, because the constituents have not done it as they would. And then the issue for domestication of the model law, I believe this committee should bind itself to lead the domestication of the model law. They must lead in terms of popularizing the model law. In fact, we can start with the chairpersons to say that in the next session, the chairperson should give a report on what they did to popularize the model law in their own countries. And then they can give way to members of that committee to do the same. But we'll find a mechanism, because cost is the consideration. Maybe encourage parliaments to include as part of their orientation, part of this, but then we need in-depth with the various committees to do so. I'm thinking of how we can resolve some of these issues. Now, there's another issue that I think we must really look into. The SADC PF took a resolution that the only committee that should observe elections is the DGHR committee. I believe we must reflect on this. It cannot be so if we are talking about these principles. And I'll leave it at that for the committee to resolve, reflect on it, and come back and say, how do we then push for some of these issues for them to be realistic? Earlier on, Gurasha has indicated the committees that are concerned, but I think she also said all members of parliament. We also say we're all products of elections. We cannot make resolutions that are counterproductive. We need to come up with mechanism where we institutionalize some of these processes. And I don't want to take away from what the prof will say, but I want, as the prof gives us feedback, we're able to integrate and reflect on the recommendations that will reverse some of these gains. We look at the model law and say, we've talked about youth for so long. Are we being brave enough to propose an amendment to the constitution that would allow us to then allow parliaments to include youth? So that as we preach to countries, we've also modeled that particular for countries that do not. And yeah, thank you. Let me just stop here.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Just to add on that, I think also another best way would be that if we can put the law in our constitution, just like we did with the women, and then that can start with the next general election to say that when member parliaments are electing members to come to SADC, the criteria should be that one should be from the women caucus, and another one should be within an age bracket. Because for us to say that someone is going to be willing to give out their space for the youth within their parliaments, it would be difficult. But if we can change in our constitution, just like we did with the women quota, to say member parliaments, when you are nominating members of parliament coming to SADC, these are the criteria. We need one from the women. We need at least a member who is within this age bracket, and who would know that we're targeting the youth. So automatically, I'm sure that the member parliaments would adopt, and also maybe through you, Secretary General, just to highlight, say, maybe when we're also having your EXCO meetings, if you can also ask the speakers to say, every member of parliament should give us space to do reporting. I want to concur with my brother from Botswana. What happens is when we go back, for us to give a report of what we've taken from SADC, or maybe to share these model laws, it is always difficult because within our plenary, there's no time for SADC PF. But you would find that when committees travel, they are given time, they have given space to report. But when we say that we want to give a report, let's say for SADC, they say, no, you have to follow the procedure. And then now the procedure within our own standing orders or our book of rules, we really don't have specifically to say we give a report. So at least maybe if that can be put to say we should be able to be given time to present so that we are able to share whatever we get here, because it really gets frustrating to note that 90% of our members, they don't really understand what SADC is doing and what SADC PF is doing and what model laws we have. So when we're trying to contribute to a law or a bill on the floor, and then we say, this has already been talked at SADC PF, they say, how, where, what time, when? So at least maybe if the speakers can also be given allocation to say, we should be given that chance to say, whether you're a member, whether you're a chairperson, or, but I'm sure that every member here is within a committee. That committee should be able to give a presentation so that we're traveling with our member states. I submit. There was a hand from Seychelles. You have the floor. Thank you.
That's most of the issues I was going to discuss has been brought up, but just to sort of conclude is that, like we're saying, we have the plenary assembly. Is it too late for us to push a motion for it in regards to the second one, the upcoming one, in regards to the percentage of young people to be elected on the committee? Because even at home, we are having some issues into this regards. So whether this can come again, because I remember the plenary assembly is the highest policy decision structure. So maybe we can push that agenda again for this time, since we are all here as a committee chairpersons, then it will be sort of be a bit feasible for the committee to take up. And then finally, for the report my colleague was talking about, especially in regards to the election, this current component we are talking about, maybe we should, not only for this one, we should, once we go back, we should orient our parliamentarians. Because we are here, we can sort of orient them through sessions or meetings, or especially whenever they are within the recess period. Then I just orient them to know, to bring them forth, to bring them together, so that at least once we have any other decisions to be made, then they are well aware what are the different model laws that exist, and then they can provide their support as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that's a very brilliant, I'll come to you, Madam Vice Chair. I think the colleague from Seychelles has brought a very important comment. I think it is up to the House that we can agree, since we're all chairpersons for our various committees, to say, can we bring a motion at the 53rd plenary? And also on the second one to say, we should also have time. I think that can also be included in the motion to say we should also have time with our members of parliament, because we cannot all come to SADC. But through the few representatives that are in SADC, we should be able to have at least some time to be engaging our members of parliament if they've got any other issues that they would want us to bring to the floor to SADC. There was a hand from the Vice Chairperson. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to say that maybe the way of reporting to the rest of the parliament differs from country to country, because we have a number of such caucuses, such forums like the IPU, SADC, Great Lakes. Now, what we do, we report to the Committee of Foreign Affairs, Security and Peace, and then they table it to the parliament. Whatever, as whenever we finish our sessions here, then we write a report, and then we report to that, and they're the ones, while tabling the committee's reports, they table it to the parliament. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chairperson. I see a hand from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on to what the Vice Chair said, the situation is the same in Zimbabwe. Each time we have the meeting, or most of the plenaries, we have space to report to Parliament, full House of Parliament, and the report is debated and the recommendations are taken in Parliament. So maybe countries differ. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We have taken note of that. There was a hand from Croatia.
Chair, maybe the question particularly for this committee to ask is that we have heard of countries where there is no reporting mechanism. Then we have heard where there is how effective is it? Because in reality, the national regional linkage is where one of the major gaps exist. Because for starters, when members are sent to SADC PF, there is not necessarily correlation between their mandate and committees at national level and what they are dealing with at SADC PF level. So as a result, while the reporting happens, maybe the question we need to interrogate, particularly as this committee, because we're dealing with domestication. And unless we create enough critical mass at national level to rally the issues, it means that we'll continue to have those gaps. Remember, domestication happens at national level. And if you are only 5 members out of a parliament of over 100, even if you gang up, let me use that phrase, to what extent are you going to be effective? Maybe the conversation we need to have is, what else can we do to buttress what is in existence to make it more effective? Then the second point I wanted to raise is to propose a slight modification with regards to the proposal from Honorable Kirapetse with regards to the what he called the adherence gauge with regard to the model law. Inevitably, when we do observation, we actually, our point of departure is the model law because of the context in which it was made. But where you have a real opportunity to do a systematic and comprehensive job of doing the assessment is pre-election and post-election, so that it's more of a technical assessment, because election observation is, including the report that you must table, is set expectations. They are not going to depart from those established practices. But when you undertake pre-election or post-election, like we did in Zambia, honorable members of the DG committee will remember, we actually had the leeway of having a conversation with stakeholders that says, the model law says A, B, C, D. What is the provision or the situation in your country? To what extent do you think there are gaps? And then we were able to have a much more technical engagement. So the modification I'm proposing, Honorable Kirapetse, is the emphasis must be more on pre and post-election assessment missions, where we are able to do that assessment with the model law on election, but possibly with all the other model laws, so that we are able to, because I do know that the other model laws, we are developing scorecards to be able to precisely do what you are alluding to, so that we have more data that shows the progress that has been made, but also where there are gaps, so that we can do more action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I saw there was a hand from Claire. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe some of what I'm going to say has been said, but just for emphasis that I think it's important at national level for the reports of SADC Parliamentary Forum to have specific provision and to be presented. And I wanted to just share the experience that I have in Zambia. In Zambia previously, the reports of SADC PF used to go to the Foreign Affairs Committee, who would then take it as part of their report to the House. But the former members of the delegation of SADC PF actually felt that it wasn't getting the prominence. Some of the issues were not getting the prominence that they required. So they actually advocated and kind of agitated for the rules to be changed. And the rules were changed in 2001, such that now there's actually a specific report after each plenary. A report actually has to be submitted on the floor of the House, I think similar to maybe what others have, other countries do. So, I think the rules of the National Parliament need to provide for that avenue, and it's quite important for you as members of those parliaments too, because the SADC PF really can advocate for change of the rules at national level. And then I would agree also with Mr. Porasha that the issue of how effective, then what, after they presented the report, then what? I think that is what would be helpful. So again, those are matters that can be dealt with and should be dealt with at national level, because the regional level would have brought the issues, but once they're taken over, it is now a question of advocacy at domestic level for domestication to actually take place and all that. But at least the material is provided, the information is provided. Yes, similar to what happens with the IPU, I'm just being reminded here. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can I just finish that sentence off? What my experience has been that our parliaments give prominence to organizations like IPU. And our own African institutions don't have the same mechanism. If a national parliament were to do anything they can to invite any regional body, they would invite the IPU. And SADC PF will be remembered once in a while. I mean, there are basic issues. If SADC PF has to fight for space during an orientation of a new parliament, then we have a problem. Because a parliament will call everybody else and forget its own SADC PF. So we have no opportunity to be known as a regional organization. Sometimes I get called by people saying, we have a new parliament, hey, they're fighting for CPA, they're fighting for IPU, nobody's registering for SADC PF. there's a, they don't, staff will be saying, we are trying to show them the SADC PF. They don't know what that is about. But everybody else has registered IPU, CPA, everybody is there. I'm just raising is to agree with you, honorable members, that indeed a mechanism is quite critical. When you go to IPU, honorable speakers present what they call action taken reports on the resolutions that IPU took on the previous session. SADC PF, sometimes I want to cry and say, but doesn't the delegation meet before they come here to at least look at what did they agree at the 52nd Plenary Assembly and give a report through the speeches of the honorable speakers or even chairpersons or anything? It does not happen, honorable members. So when we talk about the effectiveness of interparliamentary bodies, it touches on the value of diplomacy and interparliamentary cooperation. Maybe that is why we get questions. Why should we invest in these regional bodies? What is the value? The value can only come from us coming up with mechanisms of which the value can be expressed by our actions and our follow-up. And I don't want to go further. You look at the socio-political issues, you go to IPU, yes, because they have resources and many others, but they know what's happening globally. They have mechanisms where they follow up. In the SADC region, we could be sitting here and not even discussing an issue that's affecting all of us. So we try, just as you can see, as part of this session, but I'm just raising it to say, can we give SADC PF prominence? It is not about one country, it is about the region. Where other countries are ahead, let them share like we're sharing now for us to make progress. So remember, you are chairpersons. You are representing the region, not yourself as a country or your committee. And therefore, whatever norms we come up with should be what we want to persuade the forum to look into and be able to implement as a standard across. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. I think you have put it in black and white, because that is what happens in most of our parliaments. That's why I was saying that I've never seen a report of SADC. But when you talk of IPUs, and then we've got the CPA, you know, these people, when they travel, immediately when they come, they're given space. But for us, they will tell us, go report to the International Relations Committee, which is a committee comprised of about 18 members. And none of those members are here because from Malawi, I'm the one who is here. So I would be better placed to represent the report in my chamber and answer the questions because I'm here. But I cannot report it to elsewhere, and then those people, they just take it for nothing. Unfortunately, what happens is they say for nothing, so they just have to leave the document. So I think maybe that is something where we can start from. I see no other hand. Then I would call the doctor to conclude before we go for lunch. Doc, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank all the honorable members, SG and staff for the excellent exchanges. I'm mindful of the time. It's 12:55. We're supposed to finish 12:45, so we have overshot by 5 minutes. So I'm alive to that, so I don't be the one standing between you and lunch. I know we started as friends. I don't want to start to end up as enemies because now I'm delaying your lunch. The Chair, on a serious note, really to thank all the interventions that have been made, quite enriching. The way forward that I propose is this, that the work we've just shared with you was done under enormous amount of pressure. So it's a work in progress, so to speak. And we just highlighted some of the recommendations that would help us to, craft the resolutions. You have made a very rich contribution to help us in that direction. So I will work closely with the SADC PF, Kurasha, so that we fashion them now in the resolution format, and also taking into account the inputs that we have made. And I'll be guided how then they will, loop back to you, whether it's before we end there or after. But I'll be guided. But going forward, then we're going to just now focus mainly on the resolutions for the aimed towards the 53rd plenary, and mindful of what the SG said. Also focus on the topic at hand, on electoral systems and inclusiveness. So that's what we're going to do, and I don't think it will take a lot of time, so long as because they are familiar with the resolutions, how they are structured, and then we will benefit them from this rich discussions here. Then we weave it together, and then we'll be ready for the plenary that way you're going to present, Chair. So I think that's all I can say, Chair. Not unless there's something that I need to attend to. But I think most of this last round, Chair, there weren't questions really. There weren't questions. There were interesting proposals, and those proposals are going to also help us a lot in terms of shaping the resolutions. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. And on behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in general and the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee, in particular, I wish to place on record our gratitude for the insightful presentation that we have received from the esteemed presenter, which is you, who has interacted with us today. The presentation has definitely been enriching and places us as parliamentarians in a better place to monitor the domestication of electoral systems, design provisions of the SADC model law on elections in the members' countries, and has equipped us to perform our legislative law in the electoral laws that are being and will be put in place as most countries gear up for the general elections. So I would like to thank you, Doc, and we shall be seeing you this afternoon. So we shall take a lunch break. I don't know, Mr. Kurasha, if this is 1 o'clock. What time do you resume?
2:30.
All right, perfect. Honorable members, we're going to take a lunch break for about an hour, 30 minutes. So we shall resume at 14:30. House adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, we
Yes,
can
please.
allow admin to give us a bit of housekeeping
Please.
indication so that we know where we're going from here.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Lunch is provided courtesy of SADC PF to all members and staff of national parliaments. Be served in the restaurant where breakfast was served this morning.
Thank you very much.
Lunch includes the resource persons. And
Good afternoon, honorable members. We shall just wait a little bit. I think one of our engineers for the sound has asked for us to wait for him. Who does the recording? One of the engineers who does the recording had asked to say we have to wait for him. I think he has gone to see some of the rooms. Good afternoon, members. I think we can resume our meeting. Honorable members, I'm honored to invite Dr. Kabelo Malotsa again to make a presentation on political financing. Doc, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank the honorable members for the rich discussion in the morning. And I'm confident that we will have further engagements in this particular session. We're going to be discussing the regular party financing in the region. And I think in a way we're building on what we discussed in the morning, was just part of the electoral process by and large. So we're taking off from where we left before lunch. And so we'll kick it off. The methodology remains the same. We're having a conversation. And in our conversation, at the end, we aim to, all of us, at least, be on the same page. First, regarding the significance of political parties in a democracy. Why are parties important? And then also their role beyond their significance, political significance, what are their specific roles? And then that will lead us to the third element of our discussion, financing, party financing or political financing. What are the sources? What is the nature of this financing in SADC? Then it will take us to regulation. How is financing regulated? And how adequate is the regulation to protect the essence of democracy and to also combat corruption, among other things. So that would be the focus there. And then concerned about those ills in financing, will also zero in on party financing reforms. So the reform is our constant concern, because we are also concerned about electoral system reforms in the morning. So this afternoon we'll be talking about party financing reforms. And then we will end with some recommendations, which will help us also frame your resolutions. To pick it off, just some broad introductory observations that the political parties are central to a multi-party representative democracy. So the representative democracy is unthinkable, basically, in modern politics without political parties. So that is our entry point. And therefore, in order to enhance the effectiveness, parties need resources, especially funding. However, evidence also suggests that party funding is both an asset, we can say it's a cure, and a liability, we can also say it's a curse. So it can be a cure or a curse, depending on how this funding is used and for what purpose and how it is regulated. So this is our concern in this discussion this afternoon. And maybe some guiding questions that will help us focus our discussions. One is, why are parties important? Two, how do parties get funds? Three, how transparent is the party funding process? Four, how are these funds regulated? Six, to whom are parties accountable in using these funds? And finally, probably also more important, how do citizens perceive party funding? Yes, so I think these are some of the questions that could also focus our discussion. So let's start first with why are parties important? And here we can, well, the good thing is that we're talking here with members of parliament, and as members of parliament, certainly you come from political parties. So what I'm saying here is what you know even more than me, more than I do. In representative or indirect, no, there's something wrong there. It is supposed to be in representative. Oh yeah, no, it's correct. Sorry, it's correct. I misread it. It's correct phrasing. In multi-party, let me simplify it. In multi-party democracy that we embrace in SADC, we can't do without political parties. That's basically what we are saying there. What are they? Parties are organized groups of people with at least roughly similar political aims and opinions that seek to influence public policy by getting their candidates elected in public office. This is what the political party is. This is what the political party is. Parties are groups of people who have come together in pursuit of a common, goal, common goals. They are organized for the purpose of winning. So the parties exist primarily to win state power and nothing else. Yeah, that's the reason that of a party is to win state power. That's what a party is about. And so when we contest elections as parties, we're putting our candidates that form government. It's not just a game, it's to form government. So the end goal is to control governmental power. Yes. That's why parties are therefore important in modern politics, in a democracy. I think this slide is important because when we say parties, the main focus is governmental power. How are they distinct from other organizations? So that we're very clear. We leave no ambiguity at all. So they differ from other organizations in society. You can call them interest groups, social movements, civil society, you name them, faith-based organizations, you name them. They differ from those in 4 fundamental ways. That one, as we said, governmental power is the raison d'etre. So those others, that's not their concern. 2, they have a card-carrying membership. A card-carrying membership. 3, they adopt a broad issue focus, addressing each of the major areas of government, because that's the end goal. But civil society would not have those kind of properties. Parties are united by a commonly shared program and ideological orientation. Other organizations don't have that. So therefore, parties are therefore distinct from any other organization in this particular way. And they have also, we've made the distinction with other organizations in terms of how parties are organized and what is their end goal. But we can also do that through their core functions. Parties have 6 core functions. 6 core functions. Aggregate and articulate needs and problems of members and supporters. Can even say aggregate and articulate societal needs, basically. 1. Socialize and educate citizens in the functioning of the political and electoral systems, can even include party system, as we discussed in the morning. Balance opposing demands and convert them into general policies, right? 4, activate and mobilize citizens into participating in political decisions and transforming their opinions into viable policy options, and channel public opinion from citizens to government. And finally, recruit and train candidates for public office. These are the core functions of parties. These are the core functions of parties. And you can see that almost all of them, in fact, all of them are geared towards governmental power. Yes, they are geared towards governmental power and nothing else. Because that's what the parties are about and that's what they exist for. We have articulated those 6, but we can also summarize that in 3 ways to simplify it, to simplify our work. We can say the functions are threefold: interest articulation, interest aggregation, and recruitment. To simplify it. Yes, to simplify it. So the core: articulation, aggregation, recruitment. Now let's look how it pans out in practice now. This is how it all works out too. Everywhere, in all the countries we come from, this how it pans. So you have a ruling party. In terms of interest articulation, they implement politics because they're already in power. Yes, so they would have had a manifesto, isn't it, to campaign then citizens vote them on the basis of manifesto. That manifesto, they turn it into policies and programs. Then articulation means, therefore, practically implementing those policies. That's what the ruling parties do. Okay, maybe let's take both at the same time. Let's see how the opposition does that. Well, third, the opposition, because they see themselves as what? Government in waiting. You don't form a party to say, me, I'm happy with being opposition. No, you are already preparing yourself to take over. So you're government in waiting. So because you're government in waiting, your articulation is then to develop alternative policies. Yes, alternative policies to the government, the party in government. Then with aggregation, then the ruling parties, yes, they sustain electoral support for government. So they are now government. So they say, we are government. So support the government, because there's an election coming. So you have to perform that the electorates give you another mandate. That's aggregation. The opposition, in contrast, they want to gain more support even from the ruling party. So they will emphasize change, to say no, the current government is not doing good enough. So we're going to change 1, 2, 3 to make things better. So that's aggregation on the part of the opposition. Recruitment. Ruling parties, they fill governmental positions, right? Yes. What do you call them? PSS, principal secretaries, permanent secretaries, whatever you call them, direct generals. So they fill government positions, right? To ensure that government works. Opposition, they start building a pool of competent skills, yes, for when they take over. So that's recruitment. So that is how you already start to groom leadership within the party, but leadership for government in future as opposition. So that's what they do. So this is how the three pan out: articulation, aggregation, and recruitment. Now, party financing, our main focus. We use different terms, but those terms shouldn't bother you because they mean the same thing. In certain instances, we'll talk about party funding. In others, we'll talk about party financing or party finance. In others, political finance. They mean the same thing. They mean the same thing. And they encompass all financial flows to and from parties and candidates. A party finance or political finance includes formal and informal income and expenditure, as well as financial and in-kind contributions. So in some instances, much as we use the word finance, it may not come in cash. It may come as equipment, but it still falls under the same category. Parties and candidates, of course, need finances in order to mobilize support and be effective in competing for state power. So party financing plays a positive role in entrenching representative democracy or multi-party democracy. However, if not regulated, this is why we're concerned about regulation today. Money may have a corrosive impact on democracy through corruption, fraud, money laundering, illicit financial flows, etc., etc. So that's the downside. So that's why we're saying, much as money in politics is good, it can be a cure to governance, but it can be bad also. It can be a curse to governance. If unattended, political corruption could erode governance. So that is our concern. So sources of financing There are several sources of financing to parties. This include state, include foreign donors, private business, civil society, including trade unions and churches. Some parties actually even have their own business enterprises. You have philanthropy donations, levy on representatives in government of parties, and diaspora funding. Others could also get support from diaspora, organized diaspora, membership fees, and fundraising activities. These are some of the sources of funding for parties. And this funding could actually be earmarked for different purposes by political parties. The largest chunk tends to go to elections, to cover campaigns, nominations, voter education, rallies, party agents. So the largest chunk tends to go to elections for obvious reasons. Elections is the key moment for contestation of state power. So that's why a lot of resources will go in that direction. Democracy development, not much goes into that. That is civic education. Not much goes into that for parties. And maybe because oftentimes, and this could be a mistake actually on the part of parties, they tend to think wrongly, in my view, that civic education is the task of civil society. They also tend to think civic education is the task of the IEC or the EMB. That's not the correct approach. I think a lot of resources have to go into democracy development, civic education included. Third, representational functions. There's money that also goes to parties from the, and I think actually it comes through the legislature. Constituency development funds. I think a number of our countries have that. That are also are sanctioned by the parliament. So members of parliament get that, and then to go assist the constituencies. Institutional development, office, rental or rental or purchasing equipment, party regalia, etc., etc. There's that component that goes into that. The institutional development of the parties. The other component goes into intra-party democracy, strengthening intra-party democracy. In other words, supporting parties for their elective conferences, for the party leadership at the national level, also for women's leagues and youth leagues, and their own local structures. So those are looking at this range of things, range of activities to which funds are earmarked, you can see that running a party is not a small thing. It's not a minor enterprise. It's a big enterprise, and therefore resources are required. Resources are required. Therefore, when you look at our region, I think we'll all agree that the membership subscriptions are nothing. They amount to nothing in terms of what the parties need, especially bigger parties. Parties do occasionally embark on fundraising, especially around elections. In some countries, bigger parties also, as I said, own business ventures, both ruling and opposition. And as I said, the representatives in parliament also pay a particular levy monthly, as well as public servants that belong to support certain parties. They contribute on a monthly basis. This morning, we confirmed that 11 countries are earmarked for elections this year and next year. So I'm not going to repeat that list there. We discussed it in the morning. Oh, there's a. Okay, I see. Now, well, in terms of the nature of financing, when it comes to there's state funding. There's in a number of countries. Sorry, no. I must let me retrace my steps. The 11 countries we are referring to here are not the ones holding elections. These are the countries, and here also speak subject to correction by you honorable members. The countries where there exists public funding of parties. So let's look at that list carefully and confirm that that is so. If not, we will correct it so that we have the correct information. So these are Angola, DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe. So I will wait for your confirmation, or if there are any other countries that we have left out, we can then update the information. So public funding applies to parties represented in the legislature and or those participating in elections, depending on the formula that has been adopted in each country. The formula may involve either proportionality or equity, or both. And whichever way, it has always been a source of controversy. It remains a source of controversy. And this is one of the things that I think as members of parliament, you would want to deal with. The formula to provide public funding to parties is always controversial. But what is even more important for us to note is that while public funding is regulated in a number of our countries, where this exists, especially in the 11 that we mentioned above, private funding is not. And this is where the danger lies. Private funding is not regulated in a number of countries, with the exception of South Africa. And even South Africa is a very recent development when they reformed their party funding law. It's a very recent development. But generally, private funding is not regulated. And this is opening ourselves to so much that can undermine democracy in a big way. Because private funding comes into parties largely for private interest, not national interest. So that's what we need to be mindful of. And be careful about, possible, political corruption happening through those kind of. Yes. Honorable Member. Vice Chair.
The funds are regulated or not regulated. What is to regulate the funds?
Absolutely. Yes, Vice Chair. Let's take a country where in one of the 11 above there, where there is public funding for political parties. So there is a law in Lesotho, for example, the one I'm more familiar with because I come from Lesotho. In Lesotho, there is a law that says political parties will be given this money for 1, 2, 3 purposes. And therefore, they have to account for that money to Parliament via the EMB. So that's regulation. But in the same country, that country, Lesotho, private funding is not regulated. So when parties get funds they can get funds from anywhere. Yes, privately, from within the country, from outside the country. We don't know the conditions for those funds, and they don't report on those funds, and nobody knows how much these parties get. So that's what we mean by unregulated. It means it's done in secrecy. So there's no information that comes, and there's no accountability. Yeah, absolutely. Correct. They're not accountable to Parliament. Absolutely. Yes. Correct. It's accountability more than anything else, really. Yes, yes. Yes, Vice Chair. Now-
Just a quick one on
Oh,
on the exception.
Understand, yes.
On the exception, Chair.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You say with the exception of South Africa, I don't know if, well, Botswana is among the 11, sorry, no, the few that don't have public funding
Yes.
of parties. But there is, in terms of the law, a candidate, a parliamentary candidate is not allowed to spend more than 200,000 pula. And we also submit returns in terms of how we funded our campaigns. So I don't know if that qualifies as a regulation of private funding or not.
It doesn't.
Mm.
It doesn't, because what that does, it's everywhere. That one is everywhere. It's the ceiling, but it doesn't say where will you get that money and under what conditions. What will be what's the word? The terms and conditions of that money, and then how do you account for it? Do you account for it through Parliament? Yes.
We have to then, through the EMB, we have to submit the returns, but obviously this is it's an exercise in futility for two reasons. One is that you can only account for the period that you are officially a candidate, which is what, 60 days before elections. But the bulk of the campaign would have been the moment you are confirmed by your political party to be a candidate. Like right now, I know I'm a candidate, and I've long started expending on the campaign. Maybe by the time that time arrives, I would have spent 2 million pula, and then for the 60 days, I can still spend the less amount. And then the second reason is that any amount that you don't want to attribute to yourself, you can attribute to the party, because the party is not regulated. It's you, the candidate. You get the point? So if I want to spend more within that 60 days, I will just ascribe that money to the party. It's the party which put up 2 billboards for me. It's the party which did this and that for me. Even on election day, transport, everything, I can say is the party. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted you to differentiate of the two, party money and the contestants' money. On bullet 2, we are on the party's money, meaning the CCM, the opposition. That's what we are here. We were just explaining. And then we went as far as to the contestants. So I was getting lost. That's why I want you to put things in order.
Yes, you have the floor. Honorable member from Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a contribution. Back home, the party is regulated because there is a cap. There is a cap how much you can spend in one election. If it's for the presidential election, there is a cap, and if it's for the legislative election, you have to divide the amount within the constituents, how many constituents you have. But the danger is, why is it underreported? Because most of the time, you don't want to disclose the name of the donor because of political victimization. And most of the time, this is when the party will not disclose who is giving how much amount. Yeah. And with the regulation, they tend to report or to give the feedback to the Electoral Commission on the cap that is in the law. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an important addition from the Seychelles experience. No, the public funding of parties is often to parties, not candidates. Yes, that's how the law, would couch it. When it comes to candidate, that's the responsibility of the party now. It's because it's the party that's going to account. It's not the candidates themselves who will account to the EMB. It's the party, because the man is given to the party. Let me tell you an interesting story in my country now. We have just finished elections. So parties were given money. So part of the money is given so that the parties pay party agents who would have done a lot of work during elections. So parties were given money a couple of weeks ago to go pay their party agents. Now, because of remember we're talking about ours is a mixed system. So the mixed system, so you have a whole lot of parties in parliament, even small ones. They have one member, one seat each. So some of these small parties have not dealt with the amounts of money that they were given. So there's two parties, they're very small. Now, the leader of the party, there's a leader in both parties, the small ones. The leader has the treasurer as the wife. So in both parties, so the leaders and wives. So the two wives go to get the money from the IEC, from the IEC. So from the IEC, then they call the party agents to a meeting in one of the hotels. So they have already caucused. They said, no, we're going to handle this. So they give the party agents smaller amount than what we're supposed to get paid. And then they keep the rest. Now, they have to now find a way of saying where that one ended. So they caucus and say, no, we're going to say, some of this, the money, somebody came into the hotel where we were, and then, with a gun, and then the money went missing. So they have to get a police statement for this. So they went to the police station, report that. And the police say, can you explain further what happened exactly? Who else saw this? No, we're just the two of us. Oh, you're just the two of you. Yes. Because the police just said, no, this story is fishy. So they locked them. The police locked them for overnight, and then started their own investigations. And then they got part of the money was in their office, in the offices of the treasurers in the different offices of the parties. And part of it in their houses. So you see, this is the kind of things that we want to avoid when you talk of regulation, tight regulation of this funding. So the story, it's in the papers. We're shocked. We said, seriously, it's not like this can happen. And it's not small amounts. It's not big amounts. They were, it's not even beyond 500,000 rand, not dollar, rand. Yeah. So these are the kind of things you want to avoid, you see. So regulation, therefore, is very important. Then we said we're going to flag. We're going to put red flags. Remember, in the morning, we put a red flag on.
No, sorry,
You have the floor.
Prof, I just wanted to make sure that you have clarified, Honorable. Yes.
The Vice Chair.
The Vice Chair.
The Vice Chair, yes.
Is she clear?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Vice Chair, we are clear now. Absolutely party. Correct, yes.
But I think, yes, sorry. When Botswana came on board, Botswana indicated that in their case, the candidates are the ones who. So I wanted you to reconcile those two. Yes, so that this, yes, sorry for.
No, you're right. We didn't close the loop. We didn't close that. So party funding, we will have money set aside from the state, from the fiscus, that is earmarked to parties for different purposes that we laid out earlier for their functions. And that's public funding. What the honorable member is talking about is not public funding. Now, that's I think much of that comes from the EMB, right? Is it from the EMB or from Parliament? No, those ceilings. Yes, the ceilings that we're talking about, the ceiling that we can't spend beyond this amount.
Yeah,
And then also after spending, you have to go account to the EMB.
is the electoral. act.
Correct. The electoral
Is
act.
the electoral. act.
Aha, the electoral
Yeah.
act says that.
Is the electoral
But that doesn't amount to party funding, Vice Chair. That is not party funding. That is a regulatory framework to guard against overspending. So, because I think the idea there is try to quote unquote level the playing field, so that you don't then have people who are too rich monopolizing the political space. So for me, that is not party funding. Then it's regulating the spending on election spending, so that even those who don't have can still contest. Yeah, so it's not party funding, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Doc. I think Lesotho is quite different with Malawi, because in Malawi we've got the party funding, but we've got also regulations that guides to say, I think it's the party that has got at least 10 members of parliament in the National Assembly, it qualifies to be receiving the party funding. So the way you are saying it, it's in Lesotho is, I wanted to understand, every single person that registers a party is eligible to receive that party funding from the example that you're giving.
Very good question, actually. Yes, Gresham.
Chair, I think in fact, the question brings into perspective the distinction between public party financing and campaign financing in certain jurisdictions, because there are certain jurisdictions where they make a distinction between funds that are allocated specifically for campaigning and the ones that are allocated after the election on the strength of a party in parliament. I do know Angola has it. Lesotho has campaign funding, right? Yeah. And then while at it, Chair, one of the things that is emerging also is the whole issue of the framework for regulation of political parties themselves. Because strictly speaking, political parties are private organizations. But now that are mandated to deliver public goods, if they are the midwifery of democracy, to the extent you have outlined this morning, what do we do when we have given all this big mandate, and then in terms of the regulation around there? Linking it to the point raised by Honorable Kiorapetse, for the record, for those of us in the democracy and governance space, we know who finances political parties in all our countries. And for the record, they don't just finance one side. They only vary the levels. But you are drawing from the same donors. So the discussion is really going to be quite interesting, particularly on the issue of the enforcement of any sanctions, because one of the weak areas, even where there are some attempts to regulate, is the gaps in terms of enforcement and the sanctions. In Namibia, they went for the extreme end, where they required even political parties that are not represented in parliament, every registered a political party, to submit an audited account. And then it became a burden for smaller parties who have no benefit yet from the state in terms of public funding, but now they have to pay for auditors who must audit their funds. But there's also an extreme end, such as in South Africa. You mentioned that before, recent legislative framework. There's big money that's coming, and no one is willing to reveal the sources. So I thought I could highlight that. Sure.
Chair, I think Crusher has assisted in responding to your question. Let me just put a footnote. In Lesotho, yes, the party funding includes an element of campaign funding. And for me, that's a weakness. It's a big weakness because you are given state money upon establishment, even before you prove your worth, you see. And this is what is also driving massive proliferation, is that the word? Proliferation of parties in that country. You know, we are a population of 2.2 million people. But we already have, for the elections, we had 80 political parties, more than 80 contesting, more than 80, 2.2 million. Can you imagine? In 1993, during our transition, in 1993, when we transitioned from military to multi-party, we had only, 12 parties. It's now more than 80. And part of this is because of this. Yes, because of this party funding thing, which is not well framed, not well developed. So we will come back, Kuresha, because you raised an important point. We'll come back to that about what we're talking about, regulation of party funding. But he's raising even a bigger question: regulating parties themselves. Who regulates parties? We'll get to that because for me, that's even a bigger task. Because we tend to think, and probably incorrectly, or no, not incorrectly, because the law says so. Our laws are flawed. Most of our electoral laws are flawed. By giving the role of regulating parties to EMBs. EMBs are not competent in regulating parties. They are competent in managing elections. We have to make a distinction. So we have to then say, what is the correct institution that will be competent enough to manage parties? I leave that for later, for our discussion later in a short while. Now, I think
Chair, without expanding, I know that for South Africa, the issue is around private funding, because the country is sold before every elections. Candidates sell the soul of the country before. That one from government, I think, is different. I just wanted you, as you go along, maybe in your presentation, to just shed light into that private political party funding.
I would also put a matter that I wish to highlight so that you really address it emphatically when you do, and I'm happy you have volunteered to do so. To what extent should we give the electoral management bodies the responsibility of regulating political parties? And recently, SADC PF was requested by the Electoral Commission of Namibia to advise with regards to compliance with the model law on the draft electoral law they're coming up with. And one of the things that had overwhelming consensus with the stakeholders was to pile up a lot of functions on the electoral management bodies. That has nothing to do with election. Part of it, if people perceive that they have issues with police, for instance, and they think that they have low trust in the police, or they have low trust in the media commission, the easier route is to put it under elections, because during elections, the state tend to be responsive because of the spotlight. And political parties now, particularly opposition political parties, perceive that if these things are dealt with under the auspices of election, we have a better chance of being heard and listened to. As a result, electoral commissions are being burdened with a lot of things that have nothing to do with elections per se. Sure.
We'll get back to chair, through your chair. We'll get back to this as we go along. But seriously, EMBs, like the name says it, their core business is to manage elections, period. This whole business about political parties is a different kettle of fish. There needs to be a serious discussion, even in Parliament, of how to manage parties. In other jurisdictions in East Africa, I'm glad the vice chair is here. They have a body called Registrar of Political Parties. Yeah, they do. Much as they still have EMB, you see. So what can we learn from that kind of situation? That's one part. The other is the delimitation of constituencies, Chair. Even the delimitation, because it's a massive undertaking, it can be taken out from the EMB. EMB shouldn't be doing that. Can have a specific body linked to, population. What do we call these departments? Census, yes, census, statistics, population, and all that. A delimitation board, yes, underpopulation, something. Not dump this thing onto the EMB. Right now, one of the challenges facing the EMB Lesotho is the delimitation of constituencies. Delimitation before the election was a big issue and was politicized. And now it's coming back to bite them now after the election. It's not supposed to be their role. So we'll get to that, because I think this is an important element of regulation, much as we say regulation of funding, but also to say regulation of these institutions themselves. So we'll get back to that. Yes. You see, delimitation. You see.
The electoral commission being consumed.
Yeah. To their core mandate. Yeah, Chair.
Yeah, but Doc, going through to the previous slide, when we're talking of the nature of financing, and also to say that, of course, some countries that are doing public funding, wouldn't it make sense to regulate also the public funding?
Yes.
Because the way you are saying it in Lesotho, you're still going to have more political parties, because for some people, that's business because of the briefcase. So while we're also talking about trying to enhance the political funding, why can't we also talk of the existing laws that we have, like the public funding, to say we should also have a charter to say, why can't we use, because at least if you see, the political party is going to show its muscle if it has got a representation in Parliament. But if they don't, and they register and they be getting, these resources from the public, I feel it's more like a business, just like it is in Lesotho.
Absolutely. That's true, Chair. That's true, Chair. Correct. So we will be, our concern in this discussion will be how to improve or reform public funding frameworks, regulations, and laws where they already exist, because they're still inadequate, like the Lesotho one I was just giving you. But we will also, like as G said earlier, we'll be also focusing more on private funding. Yes, on private funding. So let's be clear on how we're going to approach it. So I agree with you, Chair. That's. Now, in the morning, we raised the red flag on voter turnout. We raised the red flag on voter turnout, indicating rising levels of voter apathy. This afternoon, we're raising another red flag on Yes, we're back on track. So I was saying in the morning we raised the red flag around voter turnout. And this afternoon, we're raising another red flag on trust in institutions, because the two, in my view, are, sides of one same coin. One same coin, that our democracy is not in good health. So what should we do about it? The data suggests, I'm not sure how long it will take for you to see the slides. So I'll end up talking on my own now. The mic is on. The mic is on. Should I proceed, or wait for the slides to show? Yes, for the slides to show that we work together. Because there's a Chinese saying that if you want to go fast, you go alone. So I don't want to go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. So I want to go with you. Is it? Oh, okay. Fine. Yeah, it's coming. Yes. Now, let's start broadly before we become specific. This is the recent data from Afrobarometer. Round 9 of Afrobarometer, covering 34 countries on the continent, in terms of trust in institutions and leaders. It shows that, and this includes Southern Africa as well. It shows that the most trusted institution or leaders are religious leaders. Okay, 66%, followed by the army, soldiers, 63%, followed by traditional leaders, 51%. That's as far as it goes. If you want to say 50 and above, that's as far as it goes. It goes. Only 3: religion, soldiers, the army, and traditionally. Now, let's just stop there and ask ourselves, what does it say about democracy in the region? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? Now, look, now we go down, the presidency comes with 9%, police, 46%, the electoral commission, 39%, local councils, 38%, ruling party. Now, our parties, the ones we are more concerned about now, they are at the bottom of the rank. At the bottom of the rank, the lowest, with ruling parties as 36. They share the same spot with parliament. Yourselves. Unfortunately, sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I didn't collect this data. Opposition parties, they're even less. They enjoy even lesser trust. This is the picture. This is the picture. Statistics doesn't lie. Here we go. Here we are. This is the data. Now let's go into the countries. No, the key question before we go to the countries is, when we see a trend like this, one, what does it say about democracy? Yes, what does this say about democracy? Are we really making progress, or are we in reverse gear? 2, because we're talking about parties, what does it say about the value of our political parties? Are they adding value to democratization or what? The same goes with elections. Look at the EMB, 39, parties 36, 31. What about the election? So you see this trend here, it confirms the voter turnout trend, because people don't have too much trust in democratic institutions. They therefore lose also trust in elections. That's why they don't go to vote. As simple as that. That's why they don't go to vote. So there we are. Now let's go. Let's now dive into the countries and see how it plays out. Now let's look at mistrust. Mistrust into the countries now. Look at Madagascar. The mistrust is high on ruling party, the same as it's high on opposition, but less on opposition than ruling. Malawi, mistrust is higher on ruling parties and not so much, not so high with regard to opposition. South Africa, the mistrust, citizens don't mistrust, no, citizens mistrust ruling party than they do. What am I saying? No, it's the other way around. Yes, you're right. They mistrust opposition more than they mistrust the ruling party, right? Yes. So the pattern is more or less the same with Zambia and Lesotho too, right? And Lesotho too. Mauritius, it's like the same. It's the same level of mistrust on both sides. Zimbabwe, the mistrust is more on opposition than ruling party. Botswana, mistrust is more on opposition than ruling party. Mozambique, the same as Tanzania, as well as Namibia, the same. So this is the trend across the board. The trend across the board. Now, back to our focus on financing specifically. So when it comes to actually both public and private funding, there are calls for regulation. There are calls for disclosure. There are calls for transparency. There are calls for ceiling, in particular with regard to private funding. These are the calls. These are the main concerns. Regulate this process, force parties to disclose, force parties to ensure transparency, compel parties to a particular ceiling with regard to private funding. And of course, obviously, it will be resisted. This will be resisted. And they've been resisted by parties themselves, especially bigger parties on both sides of the political aisle, both ruling and opposition. And these have also been resisted by private business interests themselves. And private funding is channeled, as Kurasha said earlier on. You can find private funding because it's done clandestinely. It's channeled to both sides. Yeah, one particular funder can fund ruling party and opposition at the same time, but it's not it's not declared anywhere publicly. And this also has been the case in Lesotho by one Chinese business tycoon taking advantage of coalition, because coalition politics is a very fragile process. So he will fund almost all of them, at least the bigger ones, the ones that he's sure will make it into parliament or even the executive. He'll fund all of them, yeah, just to hedge, because hedging basically, not to put your eggs in one basket, put your eggs in various baskets. So the Chinese was good at that. This Chinese businessman in Lesotho, he did that. Now, to avoid this kind of problems, then there is a need for party financing reforms. But remember, in the morning we talked about electoral reforms. That electoral reforms, they have to also be premised on normative frameworks. The same here, the same applies here. At the continental level, we have to look at the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which provides for strengthening of capacity of political parties and equal access to public resources. Still, at the continental level, we have to be informed, we have to be guided by the African Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption of 2003, adopted in Maputo, which provide for transparency in political party finance and prohibits use of funds from illegal or corrupt practices. At the regional level, where we are, again, SADC PF norms provide as a guide that parties should be provided with public funding and be accountable in its use. The norms are very clear on that. And then we have the SADC principles, 2004, provide that funding of political parties must be transparent and based on the agreed threshold. Still, at the regional level, we have the ASA ECF PEMO, that the use of public assets and funds for political purposes should be regulated in order to level the playing field. The political parties should be held accountable to MBs on the use of such resources. The model law is also clear here that Parliament shall enact a law to make provision for financing of parties and candidates with clear rules and procedures to ensure level playing field. So it's very clear. The above, all those normative frameworks then give us a framing of how to improve where public funding already exists. How do we improve through Parliament? How do we improve that to make it better? But they also guide us in terms of now regulating private funding. Yes, they guide us in terms of regulating even private funding itself. Yes.
The point as you was raising earlier, where particularly for this group, because we have already also adopted the model law on public financial management, which speaks in a very comprehensive way. They need to regulate public financial management space to deal with corruption, illicit financial flows. We need to deliberately find the linkages. Then I was going also to add that the regional framework, there's also the SADC protocol against corruption. And in fact, yeah, sure. Out of that, SADC PF is also in the process of developing principles and guidelines for parliaments in curbing corruption as a way of accelerating implementation of that protocol.
When was it adopted, the SADC one?
2008.
2008, eh?
Yeah, it must be 2008.
Okay. I need to get...
Yeah, there's quite some attraction actually around its domestication. We SADC PF has participated in a meeting of the anti-corruption agencies of member states, where we're presenting, they actually pre-tested our principles and guidelines on the role of parliament in curbing corruption. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. The chair, I think there's a hand there.
Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to point out something, Mr. Professor. Bullet point number 3. In many instances, private funding is channeled to the ruling parties alone as an incentive for acquisition of government tenders. It is not necessarily true in our country. You know, I think this depends. It depends. It's the slide above this one. The previous slide. Bullet 3. See, to my knowledge, it is not necessarily that case. Because if I'm thinking about back home, this will depend on the political atmosphere. If people has lose trust in the government, most of the political or of the private businesses will fund the opposition to remove the government in power, instead of funding the government to keep them in power. Especially, it all depends on the political atmosphere in the country. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You have the floor, Madam Vice Chair.
In my country, in fact, the opposition are the ones who are more funded by private, even outside the country. Our, those there. They are, and I think it's in most countries for the parties which have been there a long time, their opposition parties and the ruling party do not get that assistance that much. Those from somewhere want to throw them out. And even those who want to see a new government favoring them will definitely go to the opposition, just like it's what is happening. So there is not very clear.
Yes, Chair, through you, Chair. Yeah, that's correct. It's context specific, really. It's context specific. It may not play itself out this way everywhere, but it's there. It exists. It exists. Let me give you a good example. Look at bullet 4, the last bullet. Talks about the Chinese business tycoon. This Chinese would fund all major parties because the Chinese had calculated that because of our coalition government, these ones would definitely are most likely to be in government. Therefore, I would get tenders. Yeah, you would get tenders. And to as cherry on top, beyond tenders, the same Chinese tycoon was appointed into the office of the prime minister. The same Chinese. Yes, that's cherry on top. He was appointed into the office of the prime minister as a special advisor on trade. Yes. Can you imagine? Special advisor on trade with Asia. Eh? A special advisor on trade with Asia. And he was given a diplomatic passport. Yes. So you see, so that's why I'm saying it's context specific. It may not be the case in Seychelles, it may not be the case in Tanzania, but in other settings, it is. Even here, I know, in this country. It's a pity there are no MPs from here. They would confirm that it's a fact. So because business is there to make a profit, to gain. So we cannot just give money without expecting some returns in one or the other, in one form or the other. Okay.
Doc, I think I personally feel that this subject that we're tackling today would need to really digest, because we are fighting against interest, as you are rightly putting it.
Yeah.
And you see, people with money,
Yeah.
they're very sophisticated people to deal with. So I just wanted to understand, when we talk of political financing, are we also tackling individual financing? Because what happens in most, it's all about, as I'm saying, it's interest. I would give you an example like for Lesotho. There's a Chinese tycoon that you're talking about. So if any member of parliament would want to go against him, then he would also say, okay, next election, I'm going to find someone who is going to contest against, and I'm going to fund him personally, at a personal level.
Yes.
So this funding that we want to talk about here, is it for the political or for the personal, and as well as the personal funding? Because I don't know if you get my point.
Yeah.
Like in Malawi, our electoral processes, people elect individuals.
Correct.
So I belong to a political party. But if someone that I'm contesting with maybe had a fight with one of the business tycoons, and the business tycoons would say, all right, you're saying this because you've got the power to make laws. How about next election, I remove you from there? So they take me and they start funding me personally.
Yeah.
So is that funding, where is that funding going to for? Is it going to fund the political or personal? And how can that be regulated? Because in mostly, there won't be paper trails.
This is why we emphasize
Chair, in fact, the fundamental issue is, as the Dr. Matlosa said, is the private interest, the hijacking of public policy by private interest. When you look at how it has manifested in the SADC region, and we talk about South Africa because that's where it was widely covered, but I can tell you, I even know every other country who is financing which part, the main parties. They call it, in South Africa, they were calling it state capture. But if you look at the sequence of capturing, the capturing started at political parties. Yeah. It is actually political parties and politicians, individual politicians, who are being captured. And they are mortgaging this now to the state. And that's why the conversations need to be very serious, because if citizens have a hope that political parties will help us to deliver democracy, and at the same time, the political parties are already burdened with looking after private interests, it is not surprising that in terms of public trust, political parties are ranking so low, such that you wonder, should we now focus on traditional leaders to deliver the development that citizens require? So it's a serious, very serious issue. Sure, Chair, I submit.
So sorry, I was just saying, Chair, and I'm directing this to SG directly, that you know, it's such a pity because you see the parties here where they are. Yet we know that parties are key, central to democratization in this multi-party setting. Now, SADC PF pioneered the election component in terms of norms. In our region, correct me if I'm wrong, I have not yet come across a norm, solid norm on parties. Parties and their functioning and how they are regulated. Maybe that's one thing as you could ponder. Because we may discuss, you know, at length about party funding. But as long as we have not, you know, put our, you know, yes on parties, then probably we're missing the boat. So there could be a need for that actually to be done and led by SADC PF on parties. You know, more or less along the same lines as the norms, but this one is on parties. How should parties, you know, function to undertake their democratic mandate adequately, and how should they be regulated? By what institution? Yeah, because at the moment they're regulating themselves. The parties, what Kuresha said is correct. Parties behave like they're private entities, yet they are actually public institutions. They form government. So I think there's need for that. I was just thinking aloud, really. I was just thinking aloud.
No, that's a good thought, but you know, although the evidence is glaring, I'm not sure if there will be bias. Do they want ethical conduct and regulation, or is it the mark of the trade? No, no, no. I'm not. I've asked a question.
No, actually, I go out of order.
I apologize. I was saying, no, no, I was not talking about my honorable members. I was talking about political parties. The chairperson is here. The interests are quite glaring, even as we speak.
Okay, okay. So, Chair, we can conclude. We're about to conclude now.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
I think we have to, before we conclude, I just want to second what the SG is saying. You see, if we are to hold the bull by its horn, I think she has got a fact. So what fears most is, I think, from our colleague from Zimbabwe had mentioned, and also our colleague from Botswana earlier during the day, because the party is already captured and we form the party. And when you are working for the party, you also have to obey to the principles from that top, because if you don't, they're going to leave you out. So sometimes it's a matter of survival as well. Because you would know that if you go against your principle, they'll chop you out. And now these people that capture the political parties and the governments and the states, they're not fools. And they know exactly how to play. Because you would find that even the Chief Justice goes to this tycoon's house. All the ministers, the SPC, even the vice president, so it would be, if we were to hold it by its horn, I believe that it is a mountain to climb. Because even we members of parliament, when we go back to our respective parliaments, and we are told by our principals, even if you bring a private member's bill, they'll tell you, hey, you're going to burn your fingers. What do you do? But consciously, this is the right thing to do. But because the political party holds, like an example of South Africa, you wouldn't go against the ANC because you know that would be the end of you. So I don't know there, Doc, how can we think around that block? But the SG is quite right.
Just, the SADC PF in 2000, I can't remember which year it was. We had a meeting of political parties. The people who came didn't look like any one of you around the table. In terms of age, they were older. The majority of them were older than the average, I'll look up the record. Agnes, look it up. The Durban meeting with political parties. Yeah, we had a Durban meeting with political, and they have no time for diplomacy. They have no time to beat about the bush. They reminded us that those people are there because we allowed them to go there. They are standing on our ticket to start with. So there's a culture already which political parties have. And I'm just reminded at the Democracy Summit, they were discussing the issue of financing. And there was an old man who stood up. I don't know, Kurasha, if you remember that old man. He stood up and he just says, whether you like it or not, if you don't want to be bought, get out of politics. We receive that money and we are going to receive it. That is how we survive. He said, you can speak here, but I'm telling you, there's no way we are going to refuse money. But to tell you where the money is coming from, forget it. Because all of us know who's giving us money. People started laughing. And, I thought about it. And I said, we should differentiate between the lived realities and also the governance issues that we're talking about. But as you indicated, who controls the political parties? We need to think about it. Who controls an association doesn't get formed from without. I mean, right now we are crying about illicit financial flows. They're not starting now. we're talking about natural resources governance. We all know from many years ago who has been funding conflict in the region, who has been finding the whole issue of mining and why we are where we are right now. So I think these are complex issues, but if we endeavor, as SADC PF, we come up with a gold standard. If we were to come up with a gold standard, we would say, but this is where we should really go, whether in 100 years or 200 years, but really this is the framework. And I think in this format, we can only be persuasive and use evidence. And indeed, for what you said, if the members wish to adopt those principles as a forum, we stand a better chance. But once they believe the domestication issue, I mean, we're going far, child marriage. We struggled to explain to members that a child is anybody who's below the age of 18. Just simply that you cannot marry off a child. There were religious arguments, there were no if they are paid before a judge and things. So some of these issues have interest groups. And when you look at the issue of child marriage, we know where the interest group lied, with churches and religious leaders who are actually trusted, as you have indicated to us, more than what we would have thought. So we are not running away from the challenge. I just wanted to say we're willing. I mean, evidence is out there. We know what we need to prevent. In fact, just to end, if we don't deal with these issues, most of our countries are going to be grey listed. We will never have a strong financial system, and compliance will be an issue for most of our countries because illicit financial flows, that's where it sits. And many other issues that, fall squarely on the PFM framework that the model law we've adopted and said, let us do A, B, C, D. So, yes, we accept the challenges the members give it to us. And we'll look into the gold standard, not the compromise standard, which will take into account what's happening in Malawi, Botswana, Seychelles, and Tanzania. It will be that which has to be done if commitment and political leadership is really on point. Yeah.
That's very clear. Then we have to ask the question before we get to the regulation and modalities and options that are available. We have to justify why regulate. So we're justifying on 4 main grounds. One is to prevent undue influence or buying of influence and abuse within parties or of parties. Is to level the playing field for parties during elections as they contest for state power. Is to empower citizens and voters through right to know. The citizens and voters have to know who is funding parties and for what purpose. And finally, to strengthen and develop political parties themselves internally. We talked about it, inter-party democracy earlier on. So these are the rationale, part of the rationale why regulation is important. And again, I want to emphasize, we're talking about regulation of both public and private funding, not only one. So let's look at the options that are available in terms of regulating. There are 4 modalities. One is called the autonomy option, where we can say, well, let's parties self-regulate. And this is the status quo. This is what has happened now. So they're not regulated. They are allowed to self-regulate, especially with regard to private funding. And this has disastrous results. There's no doubt. It has allowed illicit financial flows. It has allowed, political corruption. It has allowed a fraud, all sorts of, negative outcomes exactly of the whole process. That's one. The second is transparency option, the disclosure. Let them disclose. Let them disclose, not self-regulate. Let them disclose. for the public to know. The third is what is called the advocacy option, institutional enforcement. Let be an institution that enforces regulation in parties with regard to financing. The last one is diversified regulation option, which encompasses all the three above. So then judging or assessing all those four, my own proposal is that there's no one perfect model. Okay. So the best approach for the SADC region is to go for the diversified regulation model. That would encompass self-regulation, that would encompass advocacy, that would encompass institutional enforcement. The 3-in-1. And as we do that, let's be guided by the 7 principles that are listed there. Disclosure, transparency, accountability. Vice Chair emphasized this word, accountability. Oversight, limits, incentives, sanctions. Let all this be the framing that would ensure that the diversified regulation model then works for our region. Recommendations. First, Parliament, as we said, our regulations are geared to Parliament because we are here assisting the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Parliament must enact enabling legislation for provision of public funding to political parties and candidates premised on an agreed formula governed by 3 principles of non-discrimination, proportionality, and equity. So where in countries where public funding is not provided, it should be introduced using these principles. Where it exists, we should revisit those countries to make sure that these principles are adhered to. 2, Parliament must pass a law governing national and foreign private funding to Parliament must pass a law governing national and foreign private funding to political parties and candidates as part of combating corruption, predicated on the 7 principles that we highlighted earlier. Namely, disclosure, transparency, accountability, oversight, limits, incentives, and sanctions. That's clear. 3, Parliament must ensure that adequate resources from the national budget are earmarked for the enhancement of the institutional capacity of the body, not the institution, because you have said institutional, of the body tasked with oversight over funding of political parties and candidates to ensure prudent use of public funds and adequate accountability to Parliament through that same body. So you see, bullet one recommends a better regulation of public funding. Bullet 2 recommends a better regulation of private funding. Bullet 3 introduces what Kurasha talked about, of the institution that now needs to be the one tasked with this major assignment, because we believe the EMB is not up to the task. The EMB, this is not part of their mandate. So we need to look elsewhere. That's what bullet 3 is saying. Bullet 4, Parliament must enact law that governs use. We didn't touch much on this, but I know in the norms it's there. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure whether it's in the model law. It's implied, but the issue of state resources is crucial. So Parliament must enact a law that governs use of state resources during elections with a view to create a level playing field between ruling and opposition parties and candidates. Because this is also part of financing, yeah. So we need to also control that one. I think this is the final recommendation. Parliament must enact or strengthen existing legislation to ensure that anti-corruption bodies, civil society organizations, and the media play their rightful watchdog roles in combating political corruption linked to funding of parties and candidates. Now, this one is meant to ensure that Parliament, much as it's doing this work, it also networks with others. Yes, the anti-corruption bodies, the civil society organizations, and the media, because they also have a role to play. So you mobilize others so that we are able to make sure that party financing is adequately regulated in the region. Chair, I'll put a full stop on this so that we can get into some discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. And I think our next item here is the question and answer, and of course the plenary discussions, which they were ongoing. So basically we're tackling two things, two birds with one stone. But suffice to say, I would like to invite any honorable member who's got an intervention. I will start with the vice chairperson and then my colleague from Botswana. You have the floors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And may I thank the presenter, our doctor, for a very well researched document. Now, I was just thinking, and may I now think aloud throughout. Among these SADC countries, is there any which is above 100 years after independence? What I mean is, I think we are still young countries. And we mentioned in the morning is that we adopted things from the colonial era. Now, I was just thinking outside SADC or outside the country, where is the best practice? And secondly, I was just thinking, the rest of us, or among us, we have different ideologies, political ideologies, how to call it, say, like me, I raised from what we used to call, socialism. Others are capitalists, other countries. Now, there are things which we've been discussing here, and I was just thinking, okay, back home, Tanzania, it will work very easily. What you are proposing here, there it will work like this, because we still have the socialism part of it, where we want things to, but others, where, well, I cannot say for them, but I think there is also a certain way of. Then I just remembered our past presidents, others we call them father of the nation, like Mwalimu Kaunda in Zambia. I mentioned the one in Zimbabwe, and maybe the few. They did a lot while struggling for independence. And that's when we say that money for the parties were coming from contributions. It's true, because they were asking small, 1 shilling, 2 shillings, sell your goat, sell your. So I'm getting a lot of challenges within myself. That's why I requested Honorable Chair to share with you. But what you proposed, I think is very good, and I support it from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of my country. Now, I don't know about the rest. That's what, please share with me.
Yeah, Botswana, you have the floor.
Yeah, for me, it's been a very difficult topic for me. When the SG said her remarks earlier, and I joked that she was out of order. It was because of the discomfort of the reality that she sort of threw out, or put out there. Well, the uncomfortable truth about party politics. I've been a spokesperson of a political party for 6 years, and its youth league president, and I think I've been in the central committee for 11 years in the party politburo, until I was expelled last year from my political party. Yeah. It's a party I've been an activist off from the age of 17 years. So you can imagine, I'm 41 now. Yeah, but I've been active since I was 17 years. And I wish that one day I could write a book and then just tell the uncomfortable truth about party activism and political party business. It's no child's play. If I can just give just a few insights that, you know, as political parties, I think sometimes we are misunderstood by experts who sort of analyze political parties, in that they don't go to the extent of, you know, delving beneath what they get from the data and just go to as activists in what we experience. For instance, as a politician, unlike most trades, I'm viewed, for instance, in my constituency, like somebody who can solve any kind of problem. Whether the water utilities corporation has disconnected your water because you have not paid. I mean, it's a straightforward, to many of you, it's a straightforward issue that you have not paid, so you can be disconnected. Labor issues, mistrust in trade dispute resolution mechanisms. So politicians are at the receiving end. They all sorts of problems will be thrown to politicians. It's one distinguishing attribute that I see with activists. Political parties, when there are any kind of problems that citizens would think that political parties can solve those problems. So for us, going into some of the uncomfortable truths is that we are socialized mostly into that the means justifies the end. The means justifies the end. I mean, if you go into the history of our continent, and those that were involved in, say, armed struggle, a lot of illicit money was used in the armed struggle, and it's still the case to this day. Most of us live with the reality that the end really is the main thing. So the means, whether you go to the funders of the ruling party and you are the opposition, or whether you go to unconventional means of winning elections, I mean, some secrets I'll take to the grave about the dealings of political parties. Those are the realities, which I don't know whether analysts really sometimes go to great lengths in trying to understand. And on regulations that we have suggested, I think one of the things that we need to check out is the practical difficulties of regulation. The practical difficulties. You may come up with a law, but it's an exercise in futility if you come up with a law, but it will be difficult to enforce or to implement. For me, I'm just wondering, if you regulate private funding and you say, okay, institutions may fund parties up to this level, or individuals, I'm telling you, politicians will always find our way. Yes, we will always find our way. In fact, right now, I was daring them in Parliament. They were saying, because most of our funding comes from outside, and they were threatening to regulate funding from outside. I said, we will find a way. The international financial system is so complex that we don't really care about your regulation. We will get our money inside. We'll get all the materials that we want inside the country. So that's the reality of politics, really. So that's why I'm saying, when I was listening to my SG there, these are uncomfortable truths about, you know, about the some of the extent to which we go into winning elections. Mostly in our context, unlike in many countries, 11 I know have public funding of political parties. In our case, we don't. We have some of the most abusive systems where the incumbency is abused. The ombudsman, much as we have queried how they were appointed, but came to a conclusion that for the state media, and we don't have many private media outlets, for the state television, 85% coverage to the ruling party, 15% shared by opposition parties. You get the point? So now we have to do what? To resort to the social media. That's where almost everybody is. You know? And we will apply unconventional means in the social media. We have the ruling party using even up to the military aircraft to ferry their campaign teams. Our sponsors will lend us helicopters and jets. They will ground them, you know, they will ground them. But again, we also find a way of being on the air, despite the being grounded. We are a political party, we are survivors. They will ground us, but we'll be on the air.
Enough disclosure.
Huh? Yeah, so as I say, these are some of the practical you know, realities. Sometimes we have to survive, like a guerrilla in a war. Huh? Yeah, they know, those who are former guerrillas, they know how they survive. Yeah, I mean, we are dealing with a party which has been in power for 58 years now, and we haven't been in power. Yeah. So those are some of the things that I thought I should flag. But about the gold standard, I entirely agree. We need to not give up on certain principles. My belief is that democracy is about institutions. I was telling students the other day in class that I'm maybe articulating these things, you know, the principles of good governance and so forth, but you must never ever make a mistake of trusting me, even yeah, if I get into power, trust strengthened institutions, strong independent institutions, more than you can trust me. I'm not an angel. So if you don't have proper institutions and think that this guy is a former political science lecturer at the university, knows everything about democracy, you're making a terrible mistake. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just I mean, I was afraid to interrupt, but then if they are prevented, they will form, to get in money, they will form new ministries, churches, and the money will come.
Yes, Madam SJ, you have the floor.
No, I just want to thank honorable members for sharing. We are not listening, we are listening in terms of the complexity of the job that we need to do in order to be able to strengthen institutions of governance. I think research is telling us nowadays that there is a downturn in the trust for democratic institutions. And it goes without saying that it is because of the complexity of the terrain that we operate in currently. I was looking at some of the obligations that is placed on political parties in South Africa. And I said, okay, this is something that everybody's saying, wow, this is good. Let's see in 3 months what happens. but they are requesting for disclosure. I think this is where theory meets the rubber. You must disclose, even if you are funded for catering, anything in kind, transport. So they're trying to go to the most minimum. But I think as citizens, we're looking at the bigger picture in terms of what is being funded for what exchange in that regard. But also to agree that, you know, political party funding, just like prostitution has taken us, and it's everyone who's receiving it. And I'm giving this example of South Africa to say, can anybody say I've never been assisted to feed people at my constituents? And how many have gone to declare that? So that, you know, this is where we need to look at what is it that can really, really, really deal with this issue and elevate trust and confidence of the public in terms of a governance system. Also, we know that there are foreign governments that fund political parties. It is not just private entities. And yeah, that's how complex it gets. Right now, the geopolitics are showing us indication of the type of funding. Look what's happening. China is everywhere. Russia is everywhere. America is everywhere. That is part of what we need to look at. Development indicators, our geopolitical indicators, and certainly what happens at the bottom when all these things happen. Does it eradicate poverty? Does it change the price of bread or make it even higher? We all know that interest rates are going high in all our countries. So clearly, this does not help the ordinary person on the streets. And I hope that, you know, as we speak of these things, we can frame some of our resolutions in terms of the citizens of SADC. And in particular, the obligations that are placed in terms of at least dealing with some of those important issues. I think this is quite a very important issue. I mean, we have heard of countries getting into power and finding the coffers empty. It goes further. It could be many other things, because sometimes if you close if the law closes up and says you can't receive, those who already have what they already have will have to use it. And can we talk about not using government resources during elections? Can we? And can we succeed? So I'm just saying it is complex, but you're also assisting us as technocrats in this area to elevate our thinking and really saying this is the minimum standards that we must try in order to get to where we are. Indeed, it comes very far. I mean, when we read books right now, when we read about the state capture, we're told no. The state capture during apartheid, when it was at its height, people invested. Everywhere else in the liberation struggle, governments invested. That's why they're funding political parties. Private sector invested. And I think that is the web that we find ourselves in. And yeah, I'm not saying I have a solution, but I'm just agreeing that, you know, theorists like us, technical people, we're also aware. And the complexity will just require political leadership at the end of the day. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Do we have any other interventions on our members? Oh, God, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. When listening to ISG's interventions, I'm again reminded of having just gone through the provisions of the model law. They're quite comprehensive in terms of dealing with all manner of scenarios in terms of private public funding, the regulation thereof, and then the abuse, issues of potential abuse of incumbents. So I'm satisfied that if we were making recommendations pointing to the domestication of the model law, we would be able to achieve the outcome that we seek. Secondly, Chair, I stepped out briefly, and I'm not sure if this issue may have been raised. It's an issue that you raised in your presentation, where elsewhere they started linking public finance management as an incentive to certain democratic outcomes, such as issue of inclusivity. I do not think that it's necessarily an issue that we captured in the scope of the model law, but I think it's something that can be flagged as a good practice, because there are few examples around the world where they've started to deliberately link your ability to access as part of the eligibility criteria, the extent to which you are inclusive as a political party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other interventions from members? I would invite you, Doc, to respond to some of the interventions. I know most of them, there were comments, but also maybe you can give us your last words. But I think as SADC PF, I would also support what we're discussing, and at least if you can come up with a guideline, with a policy, with something that can be guided. I, as a member of parliament from Malawi, definitely I would also support. But where I would have problems is back home. But at least I'd be able to tell my kids to say, this is where we started. So as the SG has said it, whether it's going to be 2 years from now, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, but at least would have said that we had sat and we had seen the problem, and we had also suggested the solution. It's just that the solution was not taken on board within our individual member states, but you will also be assured of my support as well. So I call you to the floor, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Really, we appreciate the rich conversation we've had, and the frankness, of the discussion, seriously, we have achieved much more through this discussion. I think we are agreed on a number of things. First, that we're facing a challenge. Our democracy is not in good health. Our democracy is not in good health. And something needs to be done about it. We have seen indicators of this ill health, starting in the morning, among other things, with the voter turnout that is dwindling. And this afternoon now with public trust, which is also dwindling, public trust in governance institutions. That we agreed on that. We agreed on that. So there's no two ways about it. There's no question that the democracy is there's a word that is used now, democratic recession. There's a word that's been used of democratic recession. We are in democratic recession. So democratic backsliding, democratic recession, democratic hemorrhage, basically. So there are all sorts of concepts that are being bandied around to explain the crisis of democracy on our continent. And it's a global problem, really. It's not just Africa. It's a global thing. So I'm happy we have recognized this. Then we have asked ourselves a question: what should we do? Two, we have also agreed, Chair, that parties are a critical player parties are a critical player in governance. Yes. So, but parties also seem to be in ill health too. The data that we shared does indicate that parties are not only sick, but they're in ICU. They're literally in intensive care unit. One of your rapids, is that not the case? They're in ICU. Are you in ICU? So, but that what it shows. That's why we were saying, and in fact, it's possible that the larger contributing factor for the crisis of democracy is the crisis of political parties. There's a possibility. There's a high possibility. I'm not saying that is so, but I'm saying that there's a high likelihood that is so. So this is why the third point that we seem to have built consensus around is that maybe we need to find a way in which SADC PF can pioneer some new work around parties. But we have agreed that it's not going to be easy, and also even to get traction, it's not going to be easy, but it's something worth doing. It's something really worth doing. If we want to revamp the democratization trajectory of the region, it's something worth doing. Something worth doing. And the third point we have agreed upon. Fourth point is the funding or financing of parties is a hot potato. Is a hot potato. But a hot potato that SADC PF also has to handle, hot as it is. SADC PF has to handle this hot potato. How do we, frame norms or even ideas around regulation of this thing? Regulation of both public and private funding parties. How do we regulate? And finally, having agreed that the regulation is necessary, then we have explored various modalities. And we looked at three or four of them and agreed that there's no one single modality that would succeed on its own. Let's have a comprehensive or holistic approach that we call a diversified regulation modality. That would encompass self-regulation of parties, that would encompass advocacy, that would also encompass enforcement into one approach. That would be, but we have said, and we're emphatic also on this one. Lastly, we have said that we think there is need for an autonomous institution to oversee this. We are not convinced that the EMB is the right mechanism. And we have said, let's look elsewhere. And there are other jurisdictions where, for example, in East Africa, we made reference to, this interesting modality of the registrar of political parties. I've not studied carefully, what it does and how effective it is in doing what it does, but it's appealing to me actually. But we need to study it much more and see what can be borrowed from that to offload, a lot of activities, that functions that don't even belong to the EMB, but are dumped onto the EMB around elections, as Kurasha said. So this is basically in a nutshell, Chair, how I would sum up our discussion. And of course, as with the first discussion, we'll sit down and frame the resolutions accordingly, and they will come back to your committee through your office, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
The issue of the independent institution because I studied a bit of the Tanzanian model, the registrar of political parties. It is actually a quasi-judicial entity. And because of that positioning, I think it really helps in terms of the way it has one capacity to be able to execute the issues that fall under its mandate, but also being distanced from the mainstream state institutions that are sometimes given this responsibility. So I do know that it is quasi-judicial entity and therefore quite competent and effective in executing that mandate.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doc. Honorable members, having come to the end of our substantive issues on our agenda, I wish to thank you all sincerely, honorable members for unveiling and for your contributions during our deliberations today. Your thought-provoking interventions have resulted in a robust discussion regarding issues that affect our citizenry and which are the core of our mandate as parliamentarians. I also would like to thank Dr. Matleso for the presentations, facilitating our plenary deliberations, as well as reflected on the presentations. Honorable members, it is now time for any other business. A or B? Honorable members, the floor is open. We don't have any other business. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now call upon the Vice Chairperson to deliver the closing remarks. Honorable Vice Chairperson, you have the floor. Thank you. You can even come in front, please.
It's here.
Oh, you can't hear me. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
my neighbor. Honorable members of parliament, our Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Bohem Segoma, esteemed presenter, Dr. Kebela Mathalosa, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, staff of national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. From the outset, allow me to pay particular tribute to the esteemed presenter for the well-researched, informative, and timely presentations. Not only has he enlightened us about the recurrent and emerging challenges which continue to undermine the integrity and credibility of elections in our region, but he has reminded us that all is not lost and that we can strengthen our electoral legal framework, systems, and practices through the domestication of our law on elections and implementation of the principles and guidelines governing democratic elections and norms and standards for elections. One must, however, commend the initiative taken by our governments and cooperating partners in ensuring the domestication of the provisions of the model law on elections and in addressing some of the challenges highlighted in these discussions. Let me further extend our appreciation. Not only has the presenter pointed out challenges in the issues raised, but they have also offered possible solutions to the problems in our electoral systems and in regulation of political financing. The presentations have also helped identify and provide clarity on the critical areas in the model law around which we can strategically focus going forward in our mission to monitor the domestication of our model laws. You will agree with me, honorable members, that our interaction with the presenter has thrown a challenge to us and parliamentarians to be more robust in undertaking our oversight role on national elections in the SADC region and the protection of political rights of women, the youth, and marginalized groups. The engagement today has also encouraged us to actively participate in domestication initiatives in our respective countries. It has also shed light on areas of the model law on which we need to pay particular attention as legislators as we execute our mandate. Honorable members, the SADC model laws are key instruments that will transform the SADC community in the Africa region. I wish to implore honorable members to advocate and support amendments to key legislation in their respective jurisdictions in order to reinforce the domestic legal framework to promote inclusive governance, specifically participation and representation of women, youth, and minority groups in elections, as well as putting in place sound electoral systems and political financing regulation. I remain confident that honorable members will utilize the information acquired directly, save the SADC citizenry by prioritizing the issues covered in the thematic areas in national policies and laws. At this juncture, let me seize this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all honorable members present here for taking time from other equally important assignments to attend this meeting. A word of thanks also for the active participation, and today it was really active, valuable interventions, honesty, as everybody was saying what he knows or feels, and contributions that each member has made throughout our deliberations today. Without your participation, honorable members, the committee will not have made the progress that has been made today. In other words, we have been able to successfully deliberate on matters of importance to our region only because each one of you, honorable members, was committed to the cause and you made your presence count. The positive outcome is the fruit of your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, permit me to thank all those who have worked tirelessly to make this meeting a success, particularly the unsung hero, our Secretary General and the staff. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for your commitment and hard work. I also wish to thank all partners who continue to support us in various ways, including the presenters, the presenter of today. Without your work, without you, our work would have been much more difficult. May I take this opportunity to thank my chair? Honorable Chair, I thank you very much. You have really shown your way of leading all these meetings, and especially today, you have really tolerated everybody to share his or her views. Thank you very much. With these few remarks, I thank you and I declare meeting closed. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana. Out of this, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you, how many of you have taken 5 bottles of water? 5 bottles. If you took 5, I have a present for you.
Yeah.
How many of you have not even opened 1 bottle? I know him. Have you taken any? Yeah? I see all your bottles are full.
I take one.
Oh, and thank you. Please drink as much water as you can. It is healthy.
Oh, yes. Maybe the chair, go and take a picture of the resource person as well. Just as you go there, because the picture is silent, may I make a plea on our members that when this report is tabled in Tanzania during the plenary assembly, may you do a little bit of research in an area of interest to contribute to this debate and back up the resolutions. Most of the resolutions have already been flighted, as you have seen, but there may be more. We appreciate that this is a complex issue. If indeed your resolution says, let's do something, whether it's guidelines for the SADC PF, I believe that we should be ready to be able to just give insight into why it is valuable. So it may help when you go back to just look into this. We spoke about what systems, where are the best practices and things like that, but that should really help us move the SADC region somewhere. That's what I needed to say. It's just, this one is out of the meeting, isn't it? It's just, yeah, just discussing. So thank you. Yeah. Honourable members, just to remind you that tomorrow the joint session is only half day, and then we go to our individual committees in the afternoon. The committee, yes.
Of committees other than the ones that are having joint session tomorrow, you are also free to join the joint session. And maybe any of the other committees as an observer, just to, so that you benefit from, yeah. Sure. It's
We posted the booklet, Paulina, in the WhatsApp group.